Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to a double dip. Jackson Giant baseball versus the Laramie Rangers. We'll have both games for you back-to-back here in beautiful, sunny Jackson, for the moment anyway. For Jackson Hole Radio, I'm Jake Nichols alongside Max Mitchell. Max, good to have you here again. Ready?
Yeah, it's good to be back.
You're a good luck charm. You're 2-0. But the Giants are 14-10 after losing a couple last week. Giants have not played, I think, about a week. Laramie's played last weekend. So Giants should be the fresher of the two teams, but trying to again get off a two-game losing streak and get things headed back in the right direction. Laramie, meanwhile, is going to be a tough test. These two teams, I think, would be pretty evenly matched if I had to play the game on paper, but we'll see. What did you like about what the Giants did last time you saw them that you want to continue? Everyone hit for one, right?
I mean, I was also really impressed with the pitching. Given how many runs they'd be giving up, and it was a pretty dominant performance by both of the starters.
Yeah.
Also pretty impressed with the base running as well. I'd probably combined 25 steals in 2 games.
That's right. They did steal a bunch of bases. Yeah, they kind of did everything right. They fielded pretty well. They didn't throw the ball around too much. They hit well and they pitched. They did it all really well the last time we were here. So, yeah, let's repeat that against Laramie, but it's going to be a tough ask, especially when we talk about one of these Laramie Rangers starting pitchers that we got our eye on. Tonight's action is always brought to you by Town Square Inns of Jackson Hole, Blue Spruce Cleaners, Healing Waters, Jackson Hole Lumber, Wilson Backcountry Sports, Big R, Home and Ranch, and Young Life of Jackson Hole. We'll be right back with the starting lineups after these. You're enjoying the Jackson Giants pregame show on the home of the Giants, KZ95, and the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Wilson Backcountry Sports. Your local bike shop in Wilson is
You're watching and listening to live coverage of Jackson Hole High School sports on KZ95.
Back to the action, just minutes away from opening pitch. We'll hit those starting lineups for you, beginning with our Jackson Giants. Matt Fisher going to lead off. What else you got, Max?
Yeah, in the 2 spot, we have Ethan Garner. Number 3 is the shortstop, Trayson Costiel. And the 4 is the center fielder, Mason Wright, followed by the catcher, Aiden Grayland. And then in the 6 is Lucas Grayland, followed by Aaron Huggins, Bridger Hammond, and Xander Witt rounds up the lineup. Yeah,
Xander Witt's got the start this afternoon in Game 1, starting pitcher. And for these Laramie Rangers, pretty good lineup. Who they got over there?
Ben Malone is number 1, followed by Diego Herrera. And then the talented pitcher, Brandon Chavez, is hitting number 3. Followed by catcher Tayton Moore. Third baseman Griffin Webb is in the 5, followed by the center fielder Mason Branch. And the 7 is Aiden Buchanan, followed by the first baseman Mason Aragon, and number 9 is Sam Hoyt.
Yeah, and you mentioned Brandon Chavez. We've been hearing a lot about him, the talented left-hander, already being scouted by Major League Baseball scouts, and a lot of talk on the 17-year-old. He's a lefty, so perhaps we'll be able to neutralize Ethan Garner, the left-handed hitter, and maybe Mason Wright, both lefties from the Giants. You would figure lefty on lefty. It's going to be a tough night for those two left-handers. Not always, but maybe. But I think all the Giants are going to have their work cut out for them against Chavez. We'll see. We'll get a first look at him in a moment as both teams Starting lineups are being announced. We'll come back in a bit. The colors will be presented, and we'll get a national anthem going, and we will have the doubleheader for you. If you're listening on KZ95, be aware there are video options. We're live streaming video at our YouTube channel, Jackson Hole Radio. Just go to YouTube and type in Jackson Hole Radio, and you'll go to the game. Don't forget to just subscribe while you're there, and you'll never miss a minute of the action. And then, of course, for live streaming audio to the World Wide Web at KZ95.live. Coming right back with the opening pitch from Jackson Giant Stadium. Come on down. Still time to catch this game live with us. We'll be back right after these. KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Hey, I'm Allie Lane from Jackson Hole Young Life.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local while staying at the Antler Inn, Elk Country Inn, Cowboy Village Resort, or 49er Inn and Suites. With the best entertainment, dining, shopping, bars, and brews all in walking distance, you'll never want to leave. Call 1-800-4-TETONS or find them on the web at townsquareinns.com.
Here to the action. It's Flag Day, by the way. Don't forget. Flag Day, Max.
I had no idea.
You flying the colors? Come on, man. It's kind of lost its significance over the years. I'm sure it was a bigger deal 50 years ago, but yeah, it's Flag Day, and Post 43 out there representing with the colors, and of course the Jackson Giants play in honor of Post 43 and all our veterans of the armed services who have served this great nation and are continuing to serve the U.S. We're just about ready for action, and we'll get, of course, Brandon Chavez out there to... Actually, we'll get Xander Witt out there to take his warm-up pitches as Laramie Rangers will start things off. Rangers... kind of remember there are a few games under 500. Let's see who can find it first. Me or Max?
Yeah, I think we played him twice this season.
13 and 17. Did we? Yeah, I don't remember. They're 13 and 17 overall. I can't remember.
I know we won one game 10-3. I'm not sure about the other, though.
Yeah, you're right. Jackson back on May 20th and 21st swept these Laramie Rangers 10-3 and 13-2. Laramie, by virtue of just being over there in the southeast part of the state, has to play those Cheyenne Sixers quite a few times. I do not envy that. Cheyenne looking dominant again this season. I just saw Yankees Mets yesterday, and I watched Brandon Nimmo have he hit a home run, but he made an error. And I saw him, and I couldn't help but thinking this kid got drafted straight out of American Legion Baseball. Yeah, he's a legit baller. And I remember scouts watching him, in the stands at American Legion games, watching that kid. And he signed for big money right out of high school. And to see him patrolling center field in Shea in Queens, New York, I mean, he is wearing a Mets uniform, so that's unfortunate, but pretty impressive for Nimmo. I didn't mind him dropping that pop fly, though, at all, as a Yankees fan. All right, first three batters for these Laramie Rangers. We don't have stats of them. Last year, I paid extra money for the premium Game Changer, and I had everybody's stats, but I didn't. Jackson Hole Radio has not been as generous to me this season, so I do not have stats, but it's Ben Malone, Diego Herrera, and Brandon Chavez. The pitcher will go 1, 2, 3 here and face Xander Witt. We do have numbers on Witt on the hill. This season, Xander Witt's worked 27 total innings. He's appeared in 7 games, started 6 of those. He's 4-2 on the year with an ERA of 4.15 and a whip of 1.56. And we are underway. First pitch here in Giant Stadium. First pitch on the inside corner for a strike with a fastball. Ben Malone steps back in. Second pitch hit well to left field and just foul as Fisher gives chase.
Yeah, all the way to the back left wall.
Yeah, hit it pretty good. Whatever that was, Xander, I'd switch it up here. He's got an 0-2 count. This can't be anything near the plate, you would think. If you're thinking along with a pitcher now, this one's got to be buried in the dirt or up. It's a breaking ball, but it never did have any snap to it. He leaves it high. 1-2 now. Malone just underway here in Giant Stadium. First of 2. Swing and a miss at a good pitch on the outside corner. Pitch was dropped by Grayland, but he'll make an easy throw to first. So 1 up, 1 down here. That's a good way to start.
Great start.
Did Xander pitch last time No, he did not. We saw... Boy, Tate Wiley had a great game. And we saw a little Warren Newton as well. Here's Diego Herrera, the right fielder. Swing and a miss. First pitch he sees. And Witt right now is around the plate, and that's always good news. Wind may be a factor at some point in this game. Breaking ball's low, 1-1 on Herrera. Wind blowing in as usual. And we expect to see a bit of a breeze all night long. That fastball misses away. 2-1 now in Herrera. Infield straightaway, deep at second. Who is that? Hammond? Well,
yeah,
he's almost
Hammond.
On the edge of the grass there. And that ball is hit to the right side, but foul. 2-2 now on Herrera.
Yeah, it's only 15-mile-an-hour winds, which isn't too bad, but hopefully it doesn't pick up.
That's not enough to bother Thump. He should be able to hit one out of here with that kind of a breeze. Here's Witt. That pitch in the dirt low, and it's now full. Payoff pitch, Witt to Herrera. Hit on the ground to Hammond, playing that deep second. Gets a nice hop and flips it over to the first baseman, Lucas Grayland. 2 up, 2 down now for the Giants, trying a fast-moving inning. And here's Brandon Chavez, who's going to do the pitching duties for Laramie.
Number 2, Brandon Chavez.
Chavez, left-hander. We'll see how Witt handles that. A lot of young pitchers have trouble working to lefties. They don't see them a lot, and it doesn't seem to bother Witt. Right down the middle with a fastball, 0-1. Witt's been ahead in the count to every batter.
Yeah, it's a nice hard fastball for the first pitch of every at-bat so far.
Yeah. Chavez turns on that, hits it pretty well. Garner gives chase, and he will get there. The wind, I think, held that up, and that's 3 up, 3 down. Quiet first inning, and the way you like it. If you're Xander Witt, we'll be right back with a bottom of 1, and the Giants coming to bat. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95 and the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local. Recently renovated, the 49er boasts a new lobby, extended continental breakfast, indoor swimming pool, fitness facility, and 12-person outdoor hot tub. Located on Pearl Street, the 49er is just 3 short blocks from Jackson's greatest bars and restaurants, where you'll find your home away from home. Enjoy your time in Jackson as part of the Town Square Inns, and stay at the 49er Inn and Suites.
Let's get back to the live action on KZ95. Here's Jake Nichols.
Giants coming to bat, bottom 1, no score. Fisher, Garner, Castillo will be the first 3. Trace and Castillo had a pretty good doubleheader last week, but kind of everybody else struggled at the plate. Matt Fisher's cooled off just a little. I only say that to get him going. I'll say it louder, Matt. He's cooled off of late. That's all the motivation Fisher usually needs. Ethan, Garner, and Castillo, so they'll go righty, lefty, righty, and then Mason right to clean up. So it makes it difficult to match up, but I'm interested to see how these left-handers for Jackson fare against a left-handed pitcher. How's Chavez look, Max? Throwing hard?
Yeah, he's looked sharp so far.
Uh-oh. Looks like he's one of those pitchers that works from the stretch. Even with nobody on. I don't know how these kids do that. That's something that has just come about in the last, 5 years maybe. A lot of pitchers do not go with a full windup with nobody on base, and it's just odd to me why you wouldn't want that extra body momentum. But some pitchers able to just generate that power just by the drive off the rubber, and we'll see as Chavez looks in. Well, it looks like he will go with a full windup here. He gets the sign, and his first pitch to Fisher is in there for a strike. Outfield straight away from Fisher, who a year or two ago was a dead pull hitter. He's really become a spray hitter now. He'll hit it anywhere. And he's really starting to show a little power this season as well. That's chopped to third, up with it easily at a nice hop, throw to first, and they get the speedy Fisher. It's Webb.
Yeah, Griffin Webb.
At the hot corner, and he had no problem with that. A nice high hop for him. It'll bring up Ethan Garner. And we'll see if Chavez tries to back up Garner. Garner, we talked about it a week ago, loves to stand right on the dish. He gets it right up on that plate.
Doesn't he love the spray to right field as well?
Yeah, he's a dead pull guy. And we'll see if Chavez tries to move him off the plate or how he handles him. First pitch swinging is Garner, and he fouls it off. Fastball off to the left side. Ethan, if he struggles, it's with soft stuff away, but I don't know that he'll see that from Chavez. It was looks like a hard thrower. 0-1 count now. Chavez looks in, gets the sign. And the 0-1 pitch to Garner swung on and missed. 0-2. Outfield straight away in center. Big right center gap, especially for a pull hitter like Garner. If he can get one, lot of real estate in that right center alley. And that pitch inside, 1-2. One-two pitch, wind still barely blowing in. At least it's not going to rain on us tonight, I don't think. And that pitch on the outside corner, Garner kind of knew it. He looked back at the ump saying,
Yeah, he just caught the corner.
My girl hit me and my home text back. My dog got out of prison and went right back.
So Garner strikes out.
Number 6, Tracy Castillo.
That'll bring up Drayson Costiel, the shortstop, the right-hander. Breaking pitch, backdoor curveball is in there for a strike, and Chavez switching it up a little.
Yeah, he's got a good mix of off-speed and the fastball.
Yeah. Yeah, the better pitchers, even at this level, 17-year-olds, one of the hardest things to learn is to vary your pace of pitches. As that ball almost hit Costiel on the knuckles, in on the hands. He was just defending himself with that swing, and it's quickly 0-2 on Trayson. Yeah, young pitchers, they're hard throwers. They're just throwers at this point when they're 15 and 16. You get to 17 and 18, they start to learn how to pitch. That ball hit well to short. Nice backhanded stab. Throw to first on the money, and that was a Webb gem by the shortstop, Malone. Wow. So that'll do it. We're seeing a nice pitcher's duel, defensive battle so far. That's okay. We'll be back after one. No score in Jackson Giant Field. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
In case you haven't heard, Healing Waters is offering a
This is KZ95 with live coverage of the Jackson Bronx.
Back to live baseball. Who's due up for?
The Rangers catcher Tayton Moore is batting first, followed by Griffin Webb and Mason Branch here in the top of the second.
Xander Witt. Both pitchers enjoyed a 1-2-3 fast first inning. As Witt and Chavez locked up in a pitcher's duel after one. That one is low, 1-0.
Same exact pitch.
Yep, just a little low. Again to Moore. 2-0 count now in the first inning. Witt started ahead of all the hitters, and he's been right around the plate. That one high, 3-0. So something not going right. And Xander knew whatever went wrong there in the mechanics. He tapped his chest, said, "That's my bad. I know what's going wrong." We'll see if he does. 3-0 pitch on the outside corner. 3-1 now. Moore taking all the way. Boy, Hammond again back on the grass. As that ball chopped up the middle, Costiel moving across, not going to get it. That ball didn't come up for him. I think he was expecting that hop to come up, and it just scooted right under his glove. Have to give that a single, but it's a play Costiel could have made if he had gotten the hop. That just never came up.
It did not.
Leadoff runner on, that's Moore, and we'll keep an eye on him.
Now we got Griffin Webb.
And Griffin Webb, who made that nice play at short first pitch. Webb shows bunt, pulls it back, and somehow that misses somewhere. 1-0. Webb steps back in. More, not a big lead at first as Witt takes a look at him. And the 1-0 pitch, and again Webb squares, and that's down low, 2-0 now. And suddenly Xander, who was so accurate in inning one, is struggling with command just a little bit, working from the stretch for the first time. Third baseman Huggins walking in, expecting that bunt. There it is, and it's fouled on the first base side. That was a bunt and run. Moore was leaving on the pitch. Moore takes his lead. 0-1 count now on Branch. Witt looks over and now deals, and that's outside with a fastball, 1-1. Outside with a fastball, 1-1. A lot of small ball from these Rangers early. Usually, maybe anticipating a close game. Usually you like your hitters to get some swings, take a look at pitches, maybe bunt later when it's that ball high fly, shallow center. Maybe Fisher wants it. He will, and he'll come out and make the play just on the lip of the infield. That was Costiel could have made the catch, but that wind kept blowing it in, and Fisher called off Costiel and made the catch. 2 out now.
Yeah, he ran a good 50 yards to get that.
He ran a long way. Fisher, who, as we say, plays a very shallow left, so not a long of a run as it could have been. First pitch here is a strike to the left-hander.
Aiden
Buchanan. Moore still stapled to first after getting a base hit just under the glove of Costiel. The lefty Buchanan with that open stance. Fastball misses away, and it's 1-1. 2 left-handers in the lineup so far for the Rangers, and there'll be a couple left-handed batters in the lineup for Jackson as well. You don't see that a bunch at this level. Witt deals and late on it as Buchanan fouls that off into the bus barn. And it's 1-2. Our on-field mic is malfunctioning. It's really louder here than it sounds. I got to fix that maybe between innings as Buchanan steps out. Witt steps off. Everybody wants to reset. 1-2 count, 2 out. Top of the second. No score yet. Moore at first. And the pitch. Moore is running. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. So the Giants able to get out of that one. Yeah, nothing across. Pitcher's doing it as Laramie leaves 1. No score after 1.5. We'll be back with the bottom of 2. KZ95, the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Wilson Backcountry Sports, your local bike shop in Wilson, is ready to help you enjoy the biking our area has to offer. They sell mountain bikes, pathway bikes, and e-bikes. Want to avoid the traffic this summer? Come get an e-bike for your commute and be smiling as you pass the line of bumper-to-bumper cars. If your bike could use some love, they have professional, experienced bike mechanics that can repair and tune your bike to its full potential. Wilson Backcountry Sports. They can outfit you with unique cycle clothing, bike accessories, offer rentals, and give you local trail information. Come visit the folks at Wilson Backcountry Sports, the bike shop located at the base of Teton Pass in Wilson, just 10 minutes from the busy city of Jackson.
This is KZ95 with live coverage of the Jackson Bronx.
Headed to the bottom of the second. No score, and both pitchers cruising right along. Max, who's up for Jackson?
It's going to be Mason Wright, but remember the last time what happened when we said the pitches started off really hot? The floodgates immediately opened, so hopefully Jackson can continue their hitting success here.
I know. We're really good at jinxing stuff. As soon as we call it like a pitcher's duel, all of a sudden, people start hitting. We'll see. Yeah, but so far every indication that runs are going to be at a premium here in Game 1. First of 2 with the Laramie Rangers, as we mentioned in pregame. These two teams met twice previously in this season. Jackson won both of those. Giants come in with a record of 14-10, but on a 2-game skid. Would love to turn that around as we head into the big Chris Hodges Memorial Tournament that runs through this weekend. This doubleheader not officially part of that, but it kind of kicks off a long road stand for the Giants as Chavez gets set to work to right here. That pitch foul back. First pitch swinging Mason Wright. That's been something I've seen a bunch, is the Giants attacking that first pitch a lot this season. I wonder if that's something Huggins has talked about.
No, yeah, I love to see that, trying to get ahead of the count.
Yeah. I like that. I mean, a lot of times that first pitch is the best pitch you're going to see. That pitch, that's not one Wright wants. That's inside on the hands. He just fought it off. It's 0-2. Chavez has him where he wants him now. What do you do if you're Brandon? Throw your wickedest curveball now?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a breaking ball or just something off speed to the left side of the plate, away from the lefty.
I like that pitch, and that was not a competitive pitch. Yes, 0-2 waste pitch. Classic, right back to the screen. 1-2 now on Mason Wright. Again, outfield pretty much straight away. Average depth, infield straight away. Shortstop Webb playing pretty deep. Swing and a miss. Chavez says, well, I'm not messing around anymore. That was the express, and Mason could not catch up to it. One down. It brings up Aiden Grayland. Good contact hitter, the Giants catcher.
Number 3, Aiden Grayland.
First pitch from Chavez. Misses.
Just a little bit high.
1-0 on Aiden, who has that open stance, the right-hander. Chavez looks in and wheels the 1-0 pitch right on the outside corner for a strike. 1-1. I don't know if it's our slightly skewed vantage point, but this is not that same umpire, but it seems every ump here really is generous with that outside corner for righties.
We also are slightly to the right of the plates. It might be.
That could be it, as Grayland fouls that off to the screen. 1-2 now, Chavez. One down here in the Giants half of the second. No score. Laramie and Jackson. Rangers had to make a long trip to get here, but see if that pitch misses away. 2-2. See if they show signs of being sluggish off the bench, off the bus. I mean, that's going to be hard to have a long bus ride like that.
How long would you say? A good 5
get
hours?
Here, yeah, like at least maybe 6. I mean, you can get to Teton County in 5, and then it takes another hour to get to Jackson with the traffic. Chavez looks in, 2-2 count, 1 out, nobody on. Jackson Giants second inning, and he misses away and runs it full now. Chavez has also been pretty much right around the plate. Neither pitcher's walked anybody yet. That always makes it enjoyable for fans and announcers. I like when pitchers work quickly and throw strikes. Payoff pitch coming here to Aiden Grayland. Swung on, right back up the box. Brandon Chavez grabbed it with his bare hand to the second baseman. The throw to first, not in time, and he threw it away. And Aiden Grayland will move to second. More importantly, though, is Brandon Chavez okay? He threw a bare hand out at that ball, and they teach you never do that.
I mean, it looks like he kind of had to make a play because both of the second baseman and shortstop are not anywhere close to second base, and that's exactly where the ball was going.
Yeah, Chavez did deflect it enough to allow Hoyt, the second baseman, to get to it. He was not going to get Aiden Grayland with a good throw, and he made a bad throw, which puts Grayland on second. Chavez looks no worse for the wear. He's fine. He didn't even shake his hand or anything. And he works from the stretch now for the first time today. Takes a look at Aiden Grayland at second and works to thump here at home. Let's Lucas Grayland. First pitch just high. It's 1-0. The Grayland brothers have been batting back-to-back for much of the season here in the 23.
Yeah, I like Thump going behind him. Good contact hitter.
Yeah, contact guy, and then the Mr. Yard, although I don't know that Lucas has a home run this year, does he? Where's our statistician?
Isn't he the one who had the home run the other game?
I don't.
Was that Castile?
Castile had a home run. Fisher. I don't know. I think Luke is still looking for his first. 2-0 count on him. Here's a good count to do it on as Aiden Grayland takes his lead at second. Watched by Hoyt. The pitch. That's chopped to third. Going to have to hustle with the throw, and it's in time to get Lucas Grayland. Meanwhile, Aiden played that perfectly as he gets to third. He waited, made sure that Webb threw the ball, and once he knew Webb did, he was able to take that extra base. I thought maybe Webb could have looked back Aiden Grayland a little better, but he made a nice play, good strong throw. So they get the out, but they do allow Aiden Grayland to move up to third. Now Aaron Huggins with 2 out. It's not a big of a deal, as Chavez barely looks at Aiden Grayland, deals to Huggins high, and it's 1-0. I'm surprised here he's not working from the full windup, as Aiden Grayland really is not too much of a threat to do anything at third. Aaron's going to have to get a base hit here to get him home, or a wild pitch. That one's in there for a strike, 1-1. Huggins taking all the way, wants to see
It's not
pitches.
looking like a lot of wild pitches today. Kind of the theme of last week, but
yeah. Pitcher's right around the plate. That's good. 1-1 count to Aaron Huggins. Giants 90 feet away from plating the game's first run if they can. Chavez deals. That's low, and that got away from the catcher. Here comes a play at the plate. Throw to Chavez, and he put the tag right on him. Nice play by the catcher Moore to get to that quickly, and a good job by Chavez to cover home and put the tag right on Aiden Grayland. So the Giants try on the passed ball. That ball, by the way, I thought that hit the catcher. I thought that hit his bare hand. That didn't sound right when it
didn't. I think that we just hesitated a little too long in running it home.
Yeah, just he wasn't sure.
Waited half a second, and that's all it took.
There's not a lot of room between home plate and that backstop, so the catcher got to it really quickly. Yeah. So 2 in the books, still no scores. The Giants do get a runner to third, but that's all. We'll be back with the top half of the third inning. KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local. Recently renovated, the 49er boasts a new lobby, extended continental breakfast, indoor swimming pool, fitness facility, and 12-person outdoor hot tub. Located on Pearl Street, the 49er is just 3 short blocks from Jackson's greatest bars and restaurants, where you'll find your home away from home. Enjoy your time in Jackson as part of the Town Square Inns, and stay at the 49er Inn and Suites.
Here's your voice of the Jackson Bronx, Jake Nichols on KZ95.
Jake Nichols, Max Mitchell, Giants field. As we move to the top half of the third, no score. Both pitchers looking sharp.
Yeah, Xander's had success so far. He's faced seven batters, 3 strikeouts, no hits credited.
How many pitches? Probably 20-something?
He's thrown 29, 18 of those being strikes.
He's looked really good, yeah.
Now we have
number 17, Mason.
the first baseman, Mason Aragon.
Aragon steps in, his first at bat, and first pitch swinging, fouls that away, 0-1. Yeah, Witt's had a little trouble last inning with control, but in the first inning you mentioned, Max, he just first pitch fastball right down the middle to get ahead of hitters. That's a good way to start as that pitch misses away. 1-1 now. Wind starting to pick up, blowing in. It's going to be tough to leave the yard today as Witt deals just high now. 2-1. In there for a strike, 2-2 count. Witt working quickly, top of the third, no score, and not a lot of offense as Xander tried to, that's the second time he's tried to break off a curveball, and there was no curve to it. Just a spinner. Full count now as that pitch is fouled off. Good job of spoiling that one by Aragon.
What do you think? Fastball over the plate here?
Yeah, you can't mess around, especially when Witt's curveball it took a little off there.
Yeah, it's his 4th strikeout.
Might have been a little bit off that fastball, or else Aragon was that much ahead of the fastball. I don't know, but a swing and a miss. Yeah, Brandon, you know, if you're watching closely and you're a Laramie Ranger, you can't figure, or Xander, I always want to call him Brandon. You can't figure Xander has got a lot of confidence in that curve right now, so I would be sitting on that fastball as that first pitch misses 1-0 to
Sam Hoyt, the second baseman.
Sam Hoyt. That pitch hit high in the air, deep to center, but right there is Mason Wright. Played that perfectly and pulls that one in for out number 2 here in the third.
Yeah, first hit we've seen that's gone decently into the outfield.
Yeah. Yeah, with that wind blowing in, I wouldn't mind letting nice high fly balls out there. That's probably not going to give you too much trouble. The wind did a nice job hanging that up for Mason Wright as Witt again misses, and I think that was, again, another attempt at a curve, and he just does not have that moving as Malone, top of the order up now. That pitch away for a ball, and it's 2-0. Swung on, fouled straight back to the screen. 2-1 now on Malone. He struck out his last time at bat. Witt has, what, 4 did you say now, Max?
Yeah, 4 strikeouts.
2-1 pitch coming out, 2 out and nobody on. Top 3, no score. Witt right on the outside edge for a strike, 2-2. And you could live out there as a pitcher at any level. You're not often going to get hurt on that outside edge, and Witt's going to go there again, and a half swing. That might find grass, and it won't, though, because Mason Wright's got some wheels. Oh, boy, I thought for a minute.
He had his head down for a second, looked up, and he started running.
Mason Wright just put the burners on there and got to it. So 3 up, 3 down again. We'll go to the bottom of the third. No score here at Giants Field. KZ95 at the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Almost anything, Big R's got it.
Big R Ranch and Home introduces you to the Yeti Cooler. Each family of premium Yeti coolers is built.
Your home for Jackson Hole High School sports is KZ95. Let's get back to the game.
Moving quickly along in this one. Aaron Huggins will start things off for the Giants. He was at bat when Aiden Grayland got burned down trying to get home on a pass ball. So he gets a fresh count. He's seen a couple of Brandon Chavez pitches as the lefty deals. Swung on, chopped to short. Malone's up with it on a short hop. Fires to first and a good play. Boy, Malone looks good at short. I like what I see from him.
Yeah. I mean, that play last inning was quite impressive. I don't know how he picked that off the one hop.
I know it. It shows a good arm on that ball. He charged the ball as he should. I mean, that was a chopper, a shortstop. You got to come in on that, and just happened to pick it up on that in-between short hop. It's not an easy hop to play, but he made that look smooth. Bridger Havens steps in. His first at bat, that open stance from the right-hander. Looking to bunt, pulls it back, but it's a called strike from Chavez. But that did get the infield in. Webb starting to creep in at third. He's got his toes on the grass. Malone's going to still play it deep at short. He plays it deep short, trusting that arm as Chavez deals 0-1. Fastball away. Misses 1-1 now. Turned out to be a beautiful day. If you want to join us here at Giants Field, come on down. This is the first of 2. We'll have them both for you live stream, but if you want to see it live, love to have you down here. And all weekend as well for the Chris Hodges Memorial Tournament. 1-1 pitch to Hammond. That's high. And again, Hammond showed bunt. I think he's just trying to throw Chavez off a little. I'm not sure he truly intends to bunt. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we can show them that we can play small ball too. We're not the only ones.
Could be. That kind of game where one run might loom large as Hammond bunts that foul down the first base side. And knowing that he's probably going to bunt Chavez, as pitchers do, know that there's only one pitch to throw when you got a guy who wants to bunt, and that's the fastball. You throw it as hard as you can and makes it difficult to bunt. It's the toughest pitch to bunt. Swing and a miss, Hammond, and Chavez makes short work of Bridger. So 2 down here as Huggins and Hammond both go, and we get our first look at
Xander Witt.
Xander, who chance to help himself out here.
Number 2, Xander Witt.
What's Xander Witt's walk-up song? I don't recognize
By
it.
Rihanna.
Oh, is it? Witt steps in, nobody on, 2 out. Chavez looks in. Both pitchers are just cruising in this one, right on the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Chavez turned around to take a look at the infield, outfield. Somebody was shouting something. Chavez hasn't needed much of the field behind him, but when he has, it's been Malone who has looked really good at short as Brandon misses outside with that one. 1-1 count now on Witt.
I think Chavez was upset since the catcher kept throwing it back into the mound, not getting it to him.
Yeah, there's a strike. Good fastball. You can hear the glove popping from here. 1-2 now on Witt. Yeah, sometimes pitchers, I've known some pitchers at the major league level who would get annoyed with their catcher throwbacks.
Well, if you notice, he's standing up now to make sure he fully gets it back.
Good point, Max. He's not just throwing, swinging a miss. So Witt just waving at that Chavez pitch. And after 3, I don't know if we'll get a run. Maybe.
Yeah,
no score.
Both pitchers have 4 strikeouts, so
here in
so far.
Heck of a ball game if you're a pitcher and you like defense. We'll be back with inning 4 here at Giants Field on KZ95 and the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local while staying at the Antler Inn, Elk Country Inn, Cowboy Village Resort, or 49er Inn and Suites. With the best entertainment, dining, shopping, bars, and brews all in walking distance, you'll never want to leave. Call 1-800-4-TETONS or find them on the web at townsquareinns.com.
Live play-by-play coverage of Jackson Bronx sports continues with Jake Nichols on KZ95.
I got a fast-moving game. We might be able to get the doubleheader in by 6. Get home by 6:30. Nah. That might be a little optimistic. Top of the 4th, no score. Both pitchers looking really sharp as I think if you're Xander Witt, you probably knew you'd have to go pitch for pitch with Brandon Chavez. And Chavez, he has. It's not easy when you know you're facing the other team's ace and you know you're probably not going to get a lot of run support to be able to be sharp and continue to pitch well in a close game. It's always very stressful for a pitcher. Every pitch becomes more stressful. It's 1-0 now. That pitch fouled away to the right side.
Diego Herrera, who grounded out his first time at bat.
Herrera looked a little overmatched on that Witt fastball. He was behind it. 1-1 count now as Xander deals. That pitch right back to Xander. Got a glove on it. Now we'll walk it and toss it to first. Good job by Xander. He was kind of off balance. He threw that green glove out there and knocked it down. That seafoam glove.
Yeah, that is a bright glove.
I'm not sure that glove is on brand as Jackson wearing their home whites trimmed in red, and he's got the Green River glove.
It's got a little bit of red on it.
Brings up the lefty Brandon Chavez. Chance to help himself out as the pitcher takes inside for a ball. 1-0. Chavez hit it hard last time. I can't remember. What did he do? He
hit the back wall.
Flied out, yeah. Or, yeah, on that foul ball. Is that misses inside again? Xander Witt working him hard in. But both pitches just a bit inside. 2-0 now on Chavez. hitting in the 3-hole. That pitch swung out, fouled off into the bus barn. Chavez a little bit tardy on that Witt fastball, even when you probably figure it's coming there. 2-1 now. Brandon has not gone a bunch to the curveball. He's tried it a couple times, and I don't know if he's going to have it today, as that one misses high. 3-1 now on Chavez. I don't think we've seen a walk yet.
Have not.
3-1 pitch to Chavez. That's hit the Castillo. That had a little bit on it, didn't it? Trayson, that just ate him up as that ball was kind of twisting back into the shortstop. That was hit well.
Looked like he kind of backed away from it. And
yeah, he let the ball play him, and that just ate him up. Not much you can do. That ball was well hit, had some spin on it, and that's got to be a base hit. Castillo never did get leather on it, so Chavez is on and probably a threat to steal. He's 6'2", 165.
And now we have the third baseman, the catcher, Tate Moore.
Moore fouls one down the right side. Garner gave chase but ran out of room, so 0-1 now. Witt's had to work from the stretch a couple of times. Remember, Moore, the guy at the plate now, was at first for most of the second inning. As Xander looks over at Chavez, peeks again, and now deals. That pitch, ground ball to second. Hammond to see if he's going to try for 2. Castillo for 1, and no chance. Trayson will hang on, slowly developing. The ball was not hard hit, and Bridger Hammond just wanted to get that lead runner, and a good job. Smart play by Castillo to hang on to it.
Number 9.
2 out now. Moore at first.
Still not a credited hit for the Laramie Rangers here. Give it as an error for that Trace Castillo mistake.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Who's scoring this game? Do we know? Seriously. Is Warren Newton? Warren, that's a base hit for Chavez. That Castillo doesn't make that play. Yeah, I don't. Throw to first. That got away from Grayland. And that's going to allow Moore to second. He might round second big time and thought about 3. And now Jackson's starting to throw it around a little bit. Good job by Matt Fisher to be backing that play up. And Witt trying to pick off Moore at first. Now moves him into scoring position. Does the Laramie Rangers a favor here.
Still 2 outs, though, so not a huge concern.
Still 2 out, but now Moore could score on a base hit as Webb steps in, and the 0-1 pitch. That swung on, hit to the right side. Garner coming hard. He's going to get to it. Nice play by Garner, and a fly out to right. So, again, Laramie strands 1, and we're scoreless as we move to the bottom of the 4th. 3.5 of the books, nothing. Giants Field, KZ95, the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Hey, I'm Allie Lane from Jackson Hole Young Life. Do you remember what it's like to be a teenager?
To live coverage of Jackson Hole High School sports on KZ95.
Move to the Giants half of the 4th. No score in this one. Brandon Chavez looking good for Laramie. And Xander Witt matching him pitch for pitch for the Giants.
Chavez is doing great. He's got 35 pitches, 23 strikes. And only 1 wild pitch so far, so he's been right around the plate the entire game.
Yeah, I know. We kind of expected that. There was a buzz about Chavez coming into this game. We know scouts are looking at him for the next level of play. Certainly, you would expect he'll go on to a collegiate D1 17-year-old, and he throws with a lot of poise. And Yeah, he looks like a blue chip prospect for sure. And right now he's handling this Giants lineup. But it might be a one-run kind of game. You get one run across, that might work.
Yeah. Back to the top of the lineup for the Giants. Got Matt Fisher leading off.
Matt Fisher starts things off for the Giants. And
happy birthday, Matt.
Is that right? Happy birthday, Matt. Third baseman Webb playing way in. Boy, I don't know. That ball hit high in the air. Webb wants it. Just as I said, I don't know. Yeah, I was standing in the exact spot he should have been. What do I know? Webb is right where he's got to be as he handles that pop fly to the third baseman. I thought he's playing a little shallow for Fisher, who can really rip one down the line when he wants to, but Webb knew what he was doing. So 1 up, 1 down, 1 pitch from Brandon Chavez, who has not broken a sweat yet, as Garner steps in. Swing and a miss, left-hander, and Ethan Garner is not often overmatched by power, but right now, against Chavez, he is not connecting with that fastball. That pitch, and again, Garner's late.
I mean, as you said, it's definitely a little bit unnatural for him going against another lefty.
Yeah, but it's breaking stuff that should give a left-hander problems and usually gives Garner trouble. This is the fastball that he's just missed. Swing and a miss, late on that one. Another fastball down and in, and Chavez has not shown him any junk yet. And Garner is normally a dead red hitter. He wants it hard in, and he wants to turn it. There's not many fastballs he's late on. 1-2 pitch. You got to pull a string here if you're Chavez and show him something off speed. And swing and a miss from Garner. Gets away from the catcher who throws first. That's 2 down. That did look like a little bit of a breaking ball, and Garner
2 strikeouts for him.
Did not get it. Yeah, Moore did a good job for the second time today. A ball that he did not handle cleanly, finding it and getting it to first. A strikeout that's not handled cleanly by the catcher, by the way, allows the runner to attempt to take the base at first if it's open. But both times, Moore has been able to throw that runner out. Costiel steps in now. He chops one to third. Webb, tough hop, stays with it. Throw to first. And I'll tell you, these Laramie Rangers fielding really well behind Chavez.
Yeah,
man.
Especially Webb and Malone.
Yeah, that left side of the infield, really good. So Chavez cruising, but so is Xander Witt. As we'll move to the 5th, 4 in the books, and we're still scoreless here in Giants Field. KZ95, the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Wilson Backcountry Sports, your local bike shop.
Let's get back to the live action on KZ95. Here's Jake Nichols.
Just joining us, we're at the top of the 5th already. Fast-moving game and no score, even though you might think that's a typo. You might think that's operator error. I forgot to put the score on the screen, but
still 0-0.
It really is 0-0 as Witt works here. Off-speed pitch for strike 1, and that
looks like Mason Branch, the center fielder at bat.
That was a ugly-looking pitch. Ugly is in good if you're Witt. That's hit back up the middle. Costiel's going to have a tough play here, and he's not going to be able to make it. Hammond will try as it goes off of Costiel's glove. That was a seeing eye base hit right up the middle. Costiel kind of slid on one knee. Even if he fielded it cleanly, it would have been not a lot of time to get Branch out. And
Let's see if they finally award a hit to the Laramie Rangers. They probably deserve two, but both gone down as errors.
Newton doesn't know what he's doing. First pitch is in there for a strike. Witt again out of the stretch. We'll see if Laramie wants to play small ball again. They're showing a lot of bunt. They're showing a lot of hit and run. Maybe they feel this is going to be a close game. It's certainly looking like that. As the left-hander steps in, he squares the bunt early and will try, but that's foul back. And quickly 0-2, and you got to think the bunt's off now for Buchanan, who's at the plate. Branch not showing any signs that he's in a hurry to leave first. Got a pretty good lead over there, though. And Witt steps off now as he has trouble communicating with Aiden Graylin about the pitch. Now he's ready. Takes a look over at Branch. And the 0-2 pitch swung on. Just got a piece, did Buchanan, to spoil that one. Witt still comfortably ahead of the count, 0-2. You don't want to throw anything too good here, but you don't want anything to get past Graylin and allow Branch to move up to second as Witt throws over there, and he's back safely. Leadoff base hit for Laramie, trying to threaten here in the fifth. Nobody out. Branch at first. Buchanan, the left-hander, at the plate. Witt, the pitch, swung on, that's fouled away. And Buchanan a little bit late on that fastball. Witt's got him a bit overmatched with that fastball, but the more Buchanan sees it, the more he starts to time it up.
Yeah, I want to see him throw a curve again.
Yeah, might be a time to try it. Fastball just misses on the inside corner. Normally a pitch that we've seen called a strike to right-handers, but to the lefty, no. Buchanan kind of stepped back. 1-2 now. Branch again with a good lead, but he's not going as that pitch foul down the left side. And again, Buchanan getting closer and closer with those foul balls to timing up Xander. He's been behind on that fastball, but starting to dial it in. Xander Witt, 1-2, chopped right back to Witt. Up with it's going to go to second for one, and Hammond was not there in time, and it gets away from him. That'll allow Branch to third. The Giants are able to keep the double play in effect, but Bridger was late getting there. Xander, you know, as the guy who fields, you're instructed to just throw to the bag, assuming your fielder will get there. Hammond was late to get there and then never made the catch.
Yeah, I don't know if it would have been a better idea to throw to first, but...
Yeah, there was time. I think it's the right base. It's Hammond who just didn't get there in time. That's on him, and that's going to be an E4. Runners at the corners and nobody out, so the Rangers with their best chance to get the game's first run. And meanwhile, Coach Jason Huggins wants to huddle it up and talk strategy here. 5 Jackson errors, and yeah, 2 of those I think are hits. I think
3 errors is probably the right number.
I'm going to go with that. That's an error on Bridger.
Yeah, one by Xander, one by Costiel as well.
Yeah, Costiel's had a couple tough chances at short. Like, if he made the play, they would have been really good plays, but he didn't, and you can't. I don't know. Meanwhile, first and third, and if you're the Giants, what are you going to do if somebody's stealing? That's part of the strategy. They're not even holding the runner on at first. There's a bunt. And up with it is Witt, checks the runner at third and now throws it away. Hammond was covering on the cycle play, but Xander Witt had that out at first. He threw it down the right field line. That allows Laramie to get their first run across. And Jackson got what they wanted. The bunt was a good one. Witt fielded it nicely, checked the runner at third, and then went to first. Everything was fine until the ball left Xander's hand.
It was just a little over his head. I couldn't get a view of it.
Just not a good throw, and it's 1-0 Laramie. Runners now at second and third.
Yeah, now we're to the bottom of the lineup with Sam Hoyt.
Sam Hoyt, the second baseman, up. Pitch from Witt is in there for a strike. Witt's going with a full windup. Fastball's in there, 0-1. So Xander, who we saw make a few smart infielding plays last week, makes a smart move there, but the execution was wrong. He did look Branch back at third. Branch was going to stay there. So Witt had it right, but when he threw to first, it was just not a good pitch. There's that curveball. Yeah, that was a good breaking ball from Witt. That's the first one he's been able to spin off nicely. 1-2 now on Hoyt, who was kind of surprised at that one. 1-2 pitch, outside corner, but misses. 2-2 now. Still nobody out. You got a base open at first, so where do you go on a ball that's hitting the infield? Giants are going to come home with it as the infield's in. That caught looking as Hoyt is right on the knees with a fastball. So Xander gets a big strikeout there, top of the order, and you got to be careful with Malone. And I would be careful with Malone. You don't worry about walking him. In fact, they're going to go ahead and walk him. I was just going to say, maybe throw careful to him and don't be too good, too generous around the plate. They're not even going to mess around. They're going to put the force at any base.
Given he already struck him out and had a ground out.
Yeah. I might at least try to work to Malone. And if you get behind 2-0, maybe then you put him on. But they're going to put him right on. It means a force any bag. And the double play in order brings up Herrera. 1 out, bases loaded for Laramie. That ball fouled on the right side. Xander Witt ahead in the count, or even in the count now, 1-1. Witt going full windup. Rangers at every base. Infield in at the corners. Deep double play depth up the middle. 1-1 pitch to Herrera. Thought about it, held up, and it's inside. 2-1 now. Giants trying to limit the damage as Laramie has put up the game's first run. That hit back up the middle. Costiel dives, flips to Hammond for 1. Back to first, not in time, and a run will score. Nice play between Costiel and Hammond, just not fast enough to get the double play.
Yeah, that would have been a really difficult play to make, but at least we got one out.
Costiel's had, by my count now, 3 tough chances. He hasn't been able. That's the first one he's been able to actually make. It's a nice play and a good play to flip to Hammond to get at least 1. So there's 2 outs now with runners at first and third, and brings up Chavez, who's hit the ball hard. And he hits that one straight away to Mason Wright, who floats under it. Now he's going to pick it up a little, and he'll be able to pull that one in. So Laramie strikes for 2, strands 2, and we go to the bottom of the 5th, see if the Giants have an answer. It's 2-0 Rangers from Giants Field on KZ95 and the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Jackson Lumber, the board store, Jackson's oldest business and only true lumber yard.
Here's your voice of the Jackson Bronx, Jake Nichols on KZ95.
Yeah, we're on KZ95, Jackson Hole Radio, the YouTube channel. Join us any way you can, please, or come down live and see us right here for Jackson Hole Radio. Jake Nichols alongside Max Mitchell watching the Giants and the Rangers locked up in a real good one, and it was a game of who's going to blink first, and the Giants blanked first. Is blanked blinked first. And it's the Rangers plating 2 in the top half of the 5th. 2-0 Laramie. We'll see if the G-men can answer. Who's coming up, Max?
It's going to be Mason Wright. I just think we need to get our leadoff hitter on. Hopefully we can find some success there.
Yeah. Wright's a really good leadoff type guy. He's got a good eye. If you feed him a fastball where he likes it, he'll first pitch swing. But otherwise, he's got a critical eye. He'll work a walk if he has to. And when he's on, we know he's got a ton of speed. So We'll see how the lefty matches up against Brandon Chavez, who last inning threw like 8 pitches. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't love the odds of him giving up a walk.
Swung on a foul back to the screen. Chavez worked him hard in. Fastball right in on the hands, and Wright just barely got aluminum on that one. 0-1, and Chavez has been ahead of these Giants hitters, and yeah, like you said, Max, not likely to walk anyone. He's been right around the dish. 0-1 pitch to Mason. That's a good slider, and it's 1-1. That has a good tight break on that. Chavez has not thrown a bunch of stuff other than that fastball, and maybe he's saving it, knowing the second and third time around he's got to show you different wrinkles. Swung on a miss, took something off of that.
Yeah, he's got a few
3 pitches,
in his
man.
arsenal.
He does. I mean, he knows he's got a fastball that'll overmatch most 17, 16, 17-year-olds, but he does have other stuff. 3 pitch and sit down for Mason Wright, and Aiden Graylin up. He's a guy who
he's 1 for 1.
doesn't often miss on swings. As that pitch fastball is in there at the letters for a strike. Boy, you get the idea. Chavez is just getting stronger. Giants able to put a bat on the ball a little bit in the first and second innings, and now Chavez seems to just be hitting another gear as Graylin is late on that. 0-2.
Yeah, it looks like he's in full control with all of his pitches.
Yeah, it's those intangibles are what scouts look at. I mean, the radar gun's going to tell you everything you need to know. You don't need to visit and watch a pitcher if you know he throws, mid-80s or something. But when you watch a guy like this work a masterful game, you see things like poise. You see things like a guy who just is in command of a game. He doesn't look bothered at all as he was staring in too long there for Aiden's liking, and Graylin steps out. Now we're ready. Nobody on, 1 out here. Giants half of the 5th. Laramie up 2-0. Pitch to Aiden Graylin right back up the middle, and that's Malone. Swallows it up, fires to first. Got him. 2 down quickly, and Malone looks slick at short. He's as good a shortstop as I've seen this season.
Yeah, he's been impressive. It's been hard to get it past their infield.
Yeah.
Number 18, Lucas Graylin.
Good job by Aiden Graylin, though, to get bat on ball. He's not a guy who whiffs often. Lucas Graylin thumps in, 2 out. Be a good time for a solo shot. I know you can't tie it with a homer here, but you can at least make some noise. Swing and a miss, and Chavez had some extra on that one. Players checking the sun, or are they looking over at the airplane there?
Probably the airplane.
All right. As that pitch misses away, 1-1. Yeah, infielders looking up. Guess they don't have many airplanes in Laramie. They must have airplanes in Laramie. It's a big city.
What would you consider a big city to be?
High with a fastball, Chavez. Yeah, big. I mean, it's not like Green River is in town and they're staring up at airplanes. Now that I would believe the Knights have not seen many aeroplanes, but Laramie's had to have seen an airplane. 2-1 count now on Thump as Lucas Graylin wants to just get a hold of a Chavez fastball here. 3-1, and this is the count. Chris Hodges, live life like a 3-1 count. The motto of the famed Chris Hodges. Yeah, if you're Graylin, let Chavez fastball do the work here. Just turn on this thing. Get a barrel of the bat on it. He misses high. Ball 4. Chavez wanted that one.
That was close.
Yeah, he thought it was at the letters. So
Huggins.
Graylin's on. Aaron Huggins up now. And now any ball that leaves the park would tie the game.
Number 22, Aaron Huggins.
As the left-hander Chavez, who has not had much difficulty, he did allow Aiden Graylin to reach third at one point. But other than that, it's been a quiet afternoon. Swing and a miss from Huggins on the first pitch. 0-1. Lucas not going anywhere at first. Giants going to play for a long ball here if they could hope. Trying to get a 2-out rally and answer a 2-spot put up by the Rangers in the top half of this inning as Chavez deals the 0-1. Swing and a miss, took something off, and Huggins did not look comfortable with that swing. 0-2 now. What do you do if you're Chavez? Something ugly or just go right at him?
I'd go ugly again. I mean, his off-speed pitches have been fantastic this inning.
That last one was... and he threw it right by the catcher. No play. That allowed Grayland to get up. Yeah. I think he tried to overthrow that, and that looked like it went right through the mitt of the catcher Moore. Chavez threw it so hard. That allows Grayland to move up to second. He doesn't have a ton of speed, but a 2-out hit here could create something interesting at the plate. And the 1-2 pitch to Huggins. Chavez looks at second. And now deals. Swung on, and Huggins just barely got a piece as that ball was in his kitchen. Boy, a swing like that would hurt on a cold day. Chavez throwing as hard as he does, and you get one on the fist, especially with a wooden bat. But these aluminums, maybe not. Chavez looks at second. Lucas not far from that bag. That ball hit well. That's going to get in there. That's a base hit. Lucas Grayland rounds third and falls down. And now he's going to have to go back to third base, and he's tagged out. Oh, my. Aaron Huggins with a blooper into right center for a base hit. Lucas Grayland chugging around third, and once he hit the grass, you're right, Max, he slipped on the grass. It's been raining all day today. And as soon as he hit the grass, he slipped. He went down. He tried to get back to third, and they threw it in behind him, and they got him. So a nightmare there, and it looked like a chance for the Giants to at least get one back, but they can't do it. We'll go to the top of the 6th. The score, Laramie 2, Jackson nothing on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local. Recently renovated, the 49er boasts a new lobby, extended continental breakfast, indoor swimming pool, fitness facility, and 12-person outdoor hot tub. Located on Pearl Street, the 49er is just 3 short blocks from Jackson's greatest bars and restaurants, where you'll find your home away from home. Enjoy your time in Jackson as part of the Town Square Inns, and stay at the 49er Inn and Suites.
Here's your voice of the Jackson Bronx, Jake Nichols on KZ95.
Now the Giants also close from cutting the lead in half, but couldn't do it. I wonder if Lucas Grayland wears the old steel cleats spikes or if he's got rubber, because, yeah, that was unfortunate. That slip, you know you're not going to get many chances against a guy like Chavez, and that was a golden opportunity by the boards. Tough to take. As we get set to go here in the top of the 6th, chopper to Huggins, so that's just beyond his reach for a base hit. Fisher on it quickly.
It looked like Tate Moore.
And the catcher Moore is on with a leadoff single. Laramie's done a good job of getting that first hitter on base the last couple innings.
I've got Griffin Webb, the third baseman.
Webb squares to bunt that pitch up over his head. And it's 1-0 on Webb. Moore at first. He's had chances to steal. I remember in the second inning, he was there for a long time, and they were content to bunt him over. It didn't look like they wanted to straight up steal. This time, that's a beautiful bunt. There's only one play. That's to first. Aiden Grayland throws, and they do not get Webb.
A little bit of miscommunication there.
Yeah. Witt wanted to field it at the last second. He gave way to Aiden Grayland, but that was such a well-placed bunt. The grass is kept fairly long here at Giants Field, and that ball just died right there between the catcher and first baseman. I mean, you couldn't roll it any better into that spot. Another good bunt here by Branch. Witt's on it, throws to first, and a nice job by Hammond to get his foot down on the bag as Bridger, not a first baseman, but he's covering first on that rotation play. And he did a good job to locate the bag. So Laramie gets what it wants. They'll give up the out to move the runners up. And Laramie's playing the kind of baseball you saw in the 1970s. Max, you don't know, but this is how it was in the 70s. Nobody could score. Nobody could hit. Pitchers dominated the game. Every game was like 2-1. And you had to just do manufacture runs like this. Brings up the left-hander Buchanan. Pitch to him is low in the dirt for ball one.
I mean, it definitely makes it a lot more tactical. It's interesting to watch instead of just hitting bomb after bomb.
Yeah. It was a tactician's game. Giants want to cut that run home if they can. With first base open, there's no chance of a force other than first base of Buchanan. So the infield in on the grass everywhere. They're going to come home on any ground ball.
Well, he's got a big lead on second.
Pitch to Buchanan. There's nobody there to watch him. Yeah. It's 3-1 on Buchanan, and he'll be swinging here. And if you're Witt, you got to coax a ground ball out of him if you can. And that ball hit down the left field line. And again, Buchanan's been late on Witt all game long, but
yeah, it's had like 7
been getting close
to the left.
He's hit a bunch. Probably going to see another fastball here. 3-2 pitch. Runners at second and third, 1 out. Swung on a miss, and Xander got what he wanted there as Giants sorely needed a strikeout. Now you can put the infield back and go to first to try to get out of this inning with no damage done if you can.
Yeah, it's also got to be a very good confidence pitch for Witt.
Yeah, that was a big K because it does allow the infield to go back now. Aragon is up.
Also interesting to note, he's thrown 85 pitches so far.
Yeah, Xander's
getting up there in the pitch count.
I was going to say he may not go the whole way, but we're in the 6th inning already, so certainly could throw another inning. Breaking ball from Witt misses away to Aragon, and it's 1-0. Aragon 0 for 2 with a strikeout on the day. He's got runners at second and third. Base hit would break it open for the Rangers. Pitch from Witt. Fastball is up. Misses. High. On deck is Hoyt at the bottom of the order. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout as well. So Xander does have a base open if he doesn't want to get too fine here.
He's also had 2 strikeouts when been down 2-0. So
yeah, he has come back to get guys down 2-0. You're right. As that pitch is fouled off by Aragon down the right field line. So 2-1. Xander has done a good job to battle back when he's been behind the count. He has not given up on many hitters as he stares in that. He's going full windup as runners take their lead at second and third. Breaking ball's a good one. That was the big bender. 2-2 now, and maybe Witt's got a feel for that curve.
Yeah, it's looked great the last 2 innings.
2-2 count. Giants 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning, but Aragon spoils that fastball. Just got a piece, and it stays 2-2, 2 out. 2-0 game and 2 runners on.
Would you throw that curveball again, given it's 2-2?
Not, I would be afraid to throw one to the backstop. I'd stay with fastball as he misses high. Full count now. Yeah, Aragon hasn't shown me that he's really going to barrel one up a fastball. I would stay with just the gas and do not throw one by Grayland and allow a free run. Fastball on the outside edge, called strike 3.
2 big strikeouts there.
2 big strikeouts by Xander Witt. He got in trouble and he got himself out of it. Laramie strands 2, and after 5.5, it's still 2-0. Laramie Rangers lead the Jackson Giants. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Cashmere, silk, down, or denim, Blue Spruce Cleaners is where you take them. We have a friendly, knowledgeable staff, eager and happy to serve you.
Let's get back to the live action on KZ95. Here's Jake Nichols.
back to Giants Field. Fun ball game this afternoon. First of two. We'll have them both for you. Jackson Laramie. This is not the beginning of the Chris Hodges Memorial Tournament, but sort of the pregame to it. And that takes place all weekend long. It's going to be a lot of baseball. Come down to Giants Field anytime this weekend. You'll see baseball being played. Meanwhile, the Giants would love to be able to plate one here in the bottom of the sixth. They trailed 2-0 in what's been a pitcher's duel. Giants have already beaten Laramie twice this season, but I don't know they've seen a kid like Brandon.
He's been super impressive. 57 pitches, 39 strikes, about just under 70% strike rate, which is yeah, he's been striping it today.
He's been really good. Brandon Chavez just mowing his way through the Jackson Giants lineup. It brings up Bridger Hammond. He struck out his last time up. He attempted bunting, and then when he finally tried swinging, he could not catch up to that Brandon Chavez fastball. Top of the sixth, 2-0 Laramie. Hammond to lead it off, shows bunt again. Fouls one into the Giants dugout. It's tough to bunt against a hard thrower like Chavez. Now, as I pointed out, the one thing you do when you show bunt on first pitch is almost guarantee you'll see a fastball on the second pitch. If Chavez thinks you're bunting, he's going to throw another fastball. So if you wanted to guess with him, maybe you do that as he misses. Outside corner for a strike. And it's 0-2 on Hammond, who's got to swing away now. And now Webb, the third baseman, will step back a few steps. Doesn't have to play in on the grass. Infield plays pretty deep for this team in general. They have good arms on the left side, as we've seen, Malone and Webb. That's chopped, and that's going to be the third baseman. Webb cuts it over and throws to first. Beautiful play. Chavez thought about it, but he was smart. He knew his momentum was taking him away from first base, and he knew he has a good third baseman.
Yeah, that would have been a tough throw for him.
Yeah.
Luckily, Webb and Malone have been on fire with their throws to first.
Really, really good. It was a high chopper, and Chavez thought about it as he came off the mound, but his momentum was taking him away from the play, and even with an arm like Chavez, he thought, my third baseman Webb's pretty darn good, and he's got momentum moving him towards first. I'll let him make the play. There's a base hit to center. First pitch that Witt sees, and he drills that one into center field, and Xander was guessing along with Chavez. He thought, I bet he's coming first pitch fastball to try to get ahead in the count, and Witt was right on it.
Yeah, the Giants needed that. Finally someone on base with not two outs.
Yeah, and you got speed on the base pass. Speed at the plate. Matt Fisher's got good speed, top of the order, and Xander Witt can wheel as well. We'll see if Chavez can keep him close. It's tough to get a lead and get a jump on left-handers. They're so tricky. Let's see if Xander can get a read on him as Brandon stares over there and now deals. That's a chopper right back to the box. Chavez to second for one. Hoyt to first. Not in time as Fisher can really fly, and Matt Fisher beat it out.
Wow, I'm surprised he got there. He's lightning quick.
Yeah, Fisher's really fast. That was a chopper. Chavez didn't waste any time getting it to Hoyt. Hoyt turned it well, but Matt Fisher gets down the line so quickly.
Yeah, hopefully Ethan Garner can turn it around. He's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, Ethan Garner, he's looked a bit overmatched so far, but maybe he can get a hold of one here as Fisher takes his lead at first. That pitch high to Garner.
Haven't seen a lot of first pitch balls from him.
No, and that's a big thing, Max, is these Giants have not had the count in their favor. So they've been playing from behind, hitting from behind, and playing and losing on the guessing game. If you can work a count in your favor, then you can guess for a certain pitch. As Ethan Garner hits a base hit into right, that was right in the hole between Hoyt and the first baseman for a base hit. As Aragon and Hoyt, that was perfectly placed ground ball for a base hit. So Giants threatening here with Tracy Costiel, and if they're going to do anything, it's now at the top of this heart of the order up.
Yeah, this is the best opportunity they've had to put runners home besides that unfortunate error by Graham last inning.
2 out, 2 on for the Giants. A lot of speed on the base pass, certainly with Fisher at second. Garner at first. Tracy Costiel at the plate. Good power. Pitch from Chavez. That's knuckled off his hands. A nice job there by the first baseman. Almost made a play of it. Was Aragon, and Castillo did not get a good piece of that, as Chavez really has been working these giant hitters masterfully. He's keeping the ball in where they can't really get their arms extended. When he's gone away, he's been well away. Just a smart game. We'll see if Castillo, what he looks for here. Down on the count, 0-1, 2 on, 2 out. Giants trail 2-0, bottom 6. Chavez, pitch, that's fouled away by Castillo, and it's 0-2. And now Brandon Chavez has Castillo right where he wants him. Giants have had 2 runners that coulda, shoulda scored, and this game could be tied, but it's just not one of those days so far. As Chavez looks in, the 0-2 pitch, takes a look at the runner. No, nothing going on there, and Castillo barely got a piece of that to spoil it. Still 0-2. As Chavez was not messing around there. He just went fastball in on Castillo. If only the count was 2-0 in your Castillo, you could sit on that inside fastball and just turn on it. But you got to be careful. You got to protect anything here. You don't know what you're going to get from Brandon Chavez. 0-2 pitch coming up again to Castillo. Chavez takes his time, and now the pitch. That bounced in front of the plate, and a good job there by Moore to knock it down, keep it in front of him, and keep runners at first and second. Still a force in play at any bag. That was a big play. Laramie has impressed me with their fielding. They have looked sharp, as you said, Max, on the left side of the infield with Webb and Malone. And that was a nice play by the catcher Moore to keep runners where they are at first and second. 1-2 pitch coming up to Castillo. Chavez again takes an enormous amount of time once he sits at the belt. Now deals, and again, Castillo, if he doesn't swing and hit that, it hits him in the hand. As Chavez just working him in.
Yeah, it's just barely fouling off to the right. But not much more you can do there, and then extend the at-bat.
I mean, you got to expand the plate. If you're the hitter, you can't take a chance you're going to get punched out looking. But as Chavez keeps working you in, pretty soon you got no bat left. He's just sawing him off. As Brandon takes a look at second, and Fisher gets back. Fisher being watched a little bit by Malone at short. Now the pitch. Castillo, that was a breaking ball, and Trayson was early on it. Hit it down the left field line, foul.
That was a couple feet more to the right. That would have been a scoring run.
But, I think Chavez knows that. He threw, that looked like a curve or something off speed. I think he knew Castillo would be out ahead of that. Tough to wait on it. Now you come back with something hard, I would think. If you're Chavez, we'll see if Castillo is guessing along with him. 1-2 pitch. 2 on, 2 out. Giants trying to get back in this. Swung on it again. Chavez comes right back inside. And for a 17-year-old to be able to locate like that, Max, I mean, he's been inside in Castillo's kitchen. Every pitch Castillo's fouled off, it's been so far inside, there's just nothing a hitter can do with that. Trayson is with him, though. He's will not give up this at bat. As who's going to miss first? Chavez, we'll see if he comes with another fastball up and in, or if he tries to go soft and away here. 1-2 pitch. That's high, and he did take a little off at 2-2 now. And a real battle between two quality ball players. This might be the best pure hitter on the Giants in Trayson Castillo, and certainly the ace of the staff for Laramie. Locked up in a good mano-a-mano here. 2-2 pitch, 2 out, 2 on. Deuce is wild here at Giants Field, bottom 6. Chavez, long look at second, and I think that was just to freeze Castillo. There's nobody even covering second. Malone had left, the shortstop, and I think Chavez is just trying to freeze Castillo a little bit. Now he's coming. Swing and a miss to Trayson Castillo, and Chavez just dictated the tempo there, as that time he came home quickly, and I don't know Castillo was ready. Threw a fastball by him. Giants leave 2 on and cannot plate a first run. They still trail 2-0 with only 1 inning left in regulation. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
In case you haven't heard, Healing Waters is offering a machine.
Good game that nobody deserves to lose, especially Xander Witt, who's pitched really well. What's his numbers?
Yeah, he's thrown 93 pitches now, 60 walks, 6 full innings, 2 hits, 2 runs given up, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts.
That ball hit sharply. Castillo right by him, and that's a base hit. Although if you ask Warren Newton, he'll give us our 6th error of the game. That was stroked, jumping all over it was Hoyt, the number 9 hitter, wasting no time.
Yeah, they've been hitting it really hard at Castillo. He's had a tough time dealing with it.
He's had a lot of action at short.
What you can call them ground balls, just really hard line drives that one hop past him.
Yep, that was a one-hopper screamer, and Castillo didn't have much of a chance there. Pitch to the leadoff hitter. That gets away from Grayland, and these are the little mistakes that you can't afford in a close game.
Looks like he's starting to get a little bit tired as he nears that 100 pitch mark.
Yeah, as he misses there to the leadoff hitter Malone, that shortstop, that allows the runner to move up to second. Now that force is out. Curveball misses on the outside corner, 2-0. No force, no double play. Although with the base open, you can go ahead and put Malone on here. Certainly not pitch him anything too good. That's in there for a strike, 2-1 now. And Xander, as you said, Max, has battled. He's not giving up any at-bats, even when he gets behind.
Seems like he's throwing a strike every time when he's been down 0-2.
Yeah. 2-1 now on Malone. Taking the lead at second is Hoyt. That pitch in the dirt. Nice block there by Aiden Grayland. And it's 3-1 now on Malone. Waiting on deck, Herrera. Both Herrera and Malone awaiting their first hits. Neither has had a hit. There haven't been a ton of hits.
Yeah, only 3 credited hits for the Rangers. Probably should be 5 or 6, but
yeah, Xander has scattered 5 or 6 hits. Giants have made a few miscues that help the Rangers, but otherwise, yeah, that's fouled off the foot of Malone. He's okay, and a full count now as he shakes the left leg. Got him on the left instep, looks like. Full count, payoff pitch. This is a big one. Witt has made some big pitches in this game so far and got himself out of big jams. Payoff pitch. Oh, just high. And Malone takes his base first and second. Witt stares in a long time, and I think he wanted to know where that missed. Aiden Grayland framed it as good as he could, but couldn't buy the call there.
Now I've got Diego Herrera, who's 1 for 3 with an RBI.
Herrera up, nobody out, and Laramie threatening again. Witt, after cruising early in the game, is starting to labor, as you said, Max, as the pitch count moves towards triple digits. And
just moved into triple digits.
He's been in trouble these last couple innings. He misses there. 1-0 to Herrera. Runners take their lead at first and second. Herrera looking to bunt. That's a beauty. You're not going to get anybody anywhere. Throw to first. And that's not in time. I did not think they were going to get Herrera, and they didn't. Just missed. Witt made it close as he threw a BB to first, but that was a perfect bunt in a perfect place.
I'm scared of him throwing that just in case there's the air.
Throwing it away. I know. He made a really good throw. That's exactly where you want to bunt it if you're Herrera. You want to bunt it at the third baseman, Huggins, because Huggins has to cover third with runners at first and second. There could be a play at third base. So Huggins is not afforded the luxury of charging that bunt. So it's all Witt who fields a bunt down the third base line, and that was perfectly placed. Only Witt could make the play. And if I'm Witt, I just eat that one, but he did make a good throw, and it was very close. And now a meeting on the mound, and this is just to give a pep talk to Xander, as the Giants will not make the pitching change here. They have a huge weekend of baseball coming up, and I think that factors into it. They're going to ride Xander as far as they can because they just can't afford to use up a lot of pitchers before this whole weekend starts. Brings up the left-hander, Chavez, and he has been right on Xander pretty good as that pitch misses inside 1-0. Chavez has hit it hard a couple times, flied out to Mason Wright. Hit it a couple of balls hard so far. Runners at every base for Laramie. They're already up 2-0. Witt, nice job in the inside corner with a fastball, and Chavez didn't want that one. Wants something out over the plate that he can extend on. 1-1 pitch coming up. Witt going full windup. Pitch misses high. 2-1. No place to put Chavez. With Rangers at every base. Laramie up 2-0. As this game was scoreless through 4 until Laramie was able to push a couple across. Xander Witt stares in across the top of his glove for the sign. The 2-1 pitch to Chavez. That's in there on the inside corner. Chavez says, no, it isn't. Unless I'm pitching. But that's been there all game long. That
inside pitch?
Yeah, that pitch into a lefty, away to a righty. And it's been there all season, all last season. It's consistently a strike. 2-2 pitch for Witt. We'll see if he stays inside here. Just low, and a payoff pitch coming up. This is the ball game right here. You know, you hesitate to say that. There are many times you can say that, but this is the ball game here.
Yeah,
Bases loaded.
Need a strikeout here.
Your best hitter up, and you're trying to get yourself out of a jam. There's nobody out. Infield in. Pitch to Chavez. Hit well down the left field line. Hooking foul as Fisher will conserve his strength. That's another thing. You got Chavez, who a pretty hard hitter, and you got the infield in. I mean, that is much easier to get a base hit if you're Chavez with that infield standing on the grass. Payoff pitch. And that's fouled away, and Witt is battling here. He will not give up on Brandon Chavez. Still 3-2. Chavez wants to guarantee himself the W here with something in the gap to break this open. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, and did that hit the glove? I don't know if he got a bat on that. I guess he did. A foul ball. I thought that just popped out of Aiden's mitt. I did not hear it hit the bat. But
looked like he tipped it into the glove.
Yeah. So Chavez just barely staying alive as Witt keeps throwing strikes. Another payoff pitch. Swung on, hit well, first baseman. Nice play. Lucas Grayling comes home and throws it away. Oh, my. Lucas made half the play and made the harder half of the play as he went to his right, stabbed it with a backhand. Never thought he'd put leather on that, and then threw it in the dirt to his brother Aiden at home. And that allows a run to get in. Bases still loaded, 3-0 now Laramie. And tough play. Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas
as good as he stabbed that.
Unfortunate errors today.
First baseman and Grayland's no exception are really good at that short hop because they've seen that throw from a lot of infielders. And he stabbed that with a backhand, a ball that was well hit. That was scorched. and then just somehow threw it in the dirt to Aiden. And now we'll get a pitching change as Wiley Wilkes on there. We'll take the break along with a pitching change and be right back with more. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local while staying at the Antler Inn, Elk Country Inn, Cowboy Village Resort, or 49er Inn and Suites. With the best entertainment, dining, shopping, bars, and brews all in walking distance, you'll never want to leave. Call 1-800-4-TETONS or find them on the web at townsquareinns.com.
Here's your voice of the Jackson Bronx, Jake Nichols on KZ95.
Back to the action. It's been a well-played game and sort of a pitcher's duel. Who's going to blink first? And Laramie has been able to take a 3-0 lead now in a game that really either team could have won all the way through this. Xander Witt on the hook for the loss at this point as he gives way to Wiley Wilkes. Try to find the numbers on Wilkes so far this season. 21 1/3. He's appeared in 6 games, started 3 of those. Pretty stingy ERA of 2.63, a whip of 1.64, and walks usually Wilkes' problem. We'll see if he can be around the plate. He's a hard-throwing kid. 15 walks, 23 strikeouts, so real power pitcher numbers, kind of all or nothing.
Really can't afford to give up any walks right now. It's going to be a run.
Definitely not. Nowhere to put anybody if you don't throw strikes here. That's drilled into left. Fisher right on it, though, makes the play and quickly into the infield as Malone showed no signs that he wanted to tag on that. He was kind of a third way down the line at third base. And
that's big. It's the one hit out.
It's a big hit, big out. He was hit right at Fisher, who plays as shallow left. And Fisher does not have a good arm. If Malone was tagging, it would have been interesting. But that pitch in there on the outside corner for a strike. Wilkes.
Looks like Griffin Webb's up.
Webb, their third baseman. Base is still loaded, 1 out. Pitch misses away, and it's 1-1 now. Malone taking a pretty big lead down there at third. Jackson playing for the double play up the middle, hit to the corners, and they'll come home with it. As Wilkes works full wind up, and that pitch is low. Good job by Eden Grayland to block it, keep it in front of him. 2-1 now on Webb. Laramie up 3-0, not insurmountable for the Giants if they can hold it here. Wilkes steals right back to him, and he's going to come home with it. They got one back to first, double play, and the Giants are out of it. Wiley Wilkes comes on.
Little 3-pitch inning there.
And does the job in relief to bail Xander Witt out of a jam. But 1 run in, 3 men left for Laramie after 6.5, 3-0 Rangers. Giants coming to bat, and their last licks, perhaps, from Giants Field. You're enjoying Giants baseball, KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Wilson Backcountry Sports, your local bike shop in Wilson, is ready.
Here's Jake Nichols.
Back to Giants Field. Laramie. Rangers lead the Jackson Giants 3-0. Due up for the Giants in their last licks, perhaps. Mason Wright, Aiden Grayland, Lucas Grayland. Brandon Chavez on the hill, the lefty for Laramie, and he's been everything they said he'd be.
Yeah, he's had a pretty dominant performance. 4 hits given up, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, only 73 pitches. He's really been able to manage his pitch count today.
Sometimes you see kids at this level that are like beyond. I mean, they throw near 90, and it's ridiculous. I don't know that Brandon Chavez is that kind of an elite pitcher, but he's smart. He's just a crafty pitcher, and certainly well-seasoned beyond 17 years. He pitched he's got good stuff.
His placement's been
but he's
incredible.
smart. Yeah, he's just done those things. Yeah, where he puts the ball, his command and control of the game. He's done those little intangibles, and you feel like he's never really been in trouble. As Mason Wright will start things off for the Giants, and they try to chip away here, 3-0, bottom 7, and that pitch is high and tight to right for a ball. Chavez has been ahead of most Giant hitters this afternoon. And if the Giants are going to make something of this, they'll have to do it with a middle bottom order here. As Wright, the cleanup guy, starts things off. That pitch low. Chavez didn't look like he was happy with that call, but it did look low. 2-0 now on Mason Wright. He'd be more than happy to take the lead off walk. He knows with his speed, a walk here is as good as a double, really. Although doubtful he'd be running down 3, but first things first, he needs to get on base. That pitch high, ball 3. Chavez, maybe for the first time I can remember today, is behind the count 3-0, and now you got a ball on the playing surface. Nobody sees it as that pitch is low. Mason works a 4-pitch walk, and Chavez, I don't know if he's upset with himself or the umpire, but
a little bit of both, it looks like.
Yeah,
only his second walk of the day.
Yeah.
Quite surprising.
Well, Giants got a little bit of something going maybe. Mason Wright, ton of speed at first, but it shouldn't matter. You got to be very careful if you want to run here. The only reason you'd run is to stay out of a double play, stay out of a force. But otherwise, Wright's run is meaningless as Aiden Grayland steps in. Webb is walking right up expecting a bunt, but I doubt you're going to see a bunt here. I don't know what Webb is thinking, but he practically running right up to Aiden Grayland to introduce himself. First pitch misses, and Chavez has not thrown a strike this inning. As he stares over at first, Mason Wright a good lead, but probably stapled to first. The 1-0 pitch, that's in there for a strike from Chavez, who finally dials it in. 1-1 now at Aiden Grayland. Grayland looked like he was taken all the way, and smart when you got a pitcher who hasn't thrown a strike in the inning. Wait until he does.
Now's the time to attack one.
Good idea, Max. 1-1 pitch. Chavez, that's right back up the middle. Tough play from Malone. Tough hop. Steps on first for one and steps on second for one. Throws the first for the other. Malone got a tough hop right at the end, and he stayed with it. What a play.
Yeah, Malone has been so impressive.
Wow. Really nice play by their shortstop, and there's 2 out here just like that.
Number 18, Lucas Grayling.
That ball looked for a moment off the bat like it would find a home up the middle, but Malone really covering some ground. And I can't say enough about the hop he got. He got a really tough hop. It came up on him, and he stayed with it and made the double play himself, and it brings up Lucas Grayling. That pitch is over the top of everybody, all the way back to the screen. 2 out now. Giants down to their last at bat, trailing 3-0 to the Rangers. Giants in danger of falling to 14-11 on the season, losing their first to Laramie. They've won 2 earlier matchups by pretty healthy scores, and Chavez pulled a string on that. Grayland way out front, and it's 1-1. And again, the craftiness of Chavez. I don't know what he's got left in the tank for a fastball, but knowing he's got a power hitter, he hasn't shown him a real fastball here. That's another off-speed pitch. And Chavez is mad at Moore still, as his catcher Moore throws a ball that was not catchable by Chavez.
It's been his first bat throw in a little bit.
Sometimes when you got a prima donna superstar pitcher and your catcher can't get the ball back to him, everyone on the team is suddenly against the catcher, including the pitcher's father, who is the coach. He's probably like, get the ball back to my kid already. 2-2 count is that misses high. Chavez did come back with a fastball, and I would watch for something off speed here. I don't think Chavez wants to challenge Thump or needs to. We'll see. Moore, by the way, did get that ball back to his pitcher safely. Keeping a close eye on that just for Moore's sake. I'm afraid Chavez struck 3 on the inside corner. Lucas Grayland didn't think so, but it was too close to take. And Brandon Chavez has thrown a complete game shutout here in a real gem. Final score, Laramie 3, Jackson nothing. We'll be back to wrap things up after these. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95 and the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local. Recently renovated, the 49er boasts a new lobby, extended continental breakfast, indoor swimming pool, fitness facility, and 12-person outdoor hot tub. Located on Pearl Street, the 49er is just 3 short blocks from Jackson's greatest bars and restaurants, where you'll find your home away from home. Enjoy your time in Jackson as part of the Town Square Inns and stay at the 49er Inn and Suites.
Here's your voice of the Jackson Bronx, Jake Nichols on KZ95.
Well, we're back to Giants Field to put a period on this one. Final score, Laramie Rangers 3, Jackson Giants nothing. First impressions, Max, you got some stats for us? I thought both pitchers, neither deserved to lose this one. Really good pitching game.
Yeah, I mean, we talked before the game about how Chavez was a standout, and he really seemed that way. 7 pitches, 4 hits, 8 strikeouts.
Wow.
And I was really impressed by the way he just moved the ball around the plate, changed from off-speed to fastball. Really didn't give the Giants a lot of opportunities to get hits, and we kind of unfortunately squandered a couple opportunities with 7 errors, but hopefully next game we can hit the ball a little better, make some better decisions, and we'll be back in it.
Giants had opportunities. You're right. I don't know if I can trust the line score, the 7 errors. I think we can move at least 3 of those errors to the hit column for Jackson, which would have them actually out hitting Laramie, surprisingly. Witt was really good, didn't deserve to lose. This game was scoreless through 4 until Laramie played at 2 in the 5th. That's all they would need, as Brandon Chavez just cruised. And like you said, Max, he did it with his head. I mean, he did it with his arm. He's got stuff, there's no doubt, but he's a smart pitcher, cagey pitcher.
Yeah, looking like a really smart team overall. The infield also made a lot of good decisions.
Oh, yeah, and that's another thing. Boy, yeah, when you're Chavez, you don't have to strike everybody out. If you got Webb and Malone on the left side of the infield, and they were stellar. In general, Laramie fielded the ball really well this afternoon. They did deserve the win. It was close and just a fun ball game. If you're a fan of baseball, had a little bit of everything. Not a ton of offense, especially compared to the last 2 times these teams met. They put up some numbers, the Giants did. Maybe in game 2.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. We'll return KZ95 to its normal programming and cut back in when we do have game 2 for you. But for now, we'll take a little break between games and be back when we pick up the second game, the nightcap of this double dip. First one, once again, going Laramie's way, 3-0 final over the Giants. Jackson Giants fall to 14-11 on the season. We'll see if they can get things right in the nightcap. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95, the Jackson Hole Radio Network. Back live, Giants Field for Jackson Hole Radio. Jake Nichols alongside Max Mitchell. Game 2 of the 2-game set with the Laramie Rangers. Just joining us earlier, Laramie 3-0 over Jackson in a complete game masterpiece shutout from Brandon. What was his last name? Chavez. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he was ridiculous. Jackson hopefully can salvage the split here as they head into the Chris Hodges Memorial Weekend. Going to be a lot of baseball played coming up. We're waiting for the starting lineups and the opening pitch for Game 2. The action brought to you by Town Square Inns of Jackson Hole, Blue Spruce Cleaners, Healing Waters, Jackson Lumber, Wilson Backcountry Sports, Big R Home and Ranch, and Young Life of Jackson Hole. Somehow I gave Laramie a run already. Whoops. I'm going to take that off the board. No reason to spot the Rangers won as both teams have exchanged lineups. Jackson taking the field. We heard Aaron Huggins is starting. Is that right? Yep.
And then for the Laramie Rangers, it's going to be Mason Branch.
What do you got for a Rangers lineup? Let's hear that anyway.
Yeah, hitting in the first spot is shortstop Ben Malone, followed by right fielder Diego Herrera. Brandon Chavez is now playing center field, and he's in the 3 spot, followed by Tayton Moore and Griffin Webb. The pitcher, Mason Branch, is hitting in the 6th, followed by Aiden Buchanan, Mason Aragon, and Trace Looney is the catcher hitting in the 9th, subbing for Sam Hoyt, who started last game at catcher. So only one change.
I thought Hoyt was at second. Moore was the catcher, I think.
I thought Moore was playing third base. Maybe I was wrong.
Webb was at third. Malone at short. I think Moore was the catcher, because I remember thinking that Chavez was about ready to take him out to the bus and give him a talking to, but I think Moore was behind the plate. I think Hoyt was at second. My mind's like a steel trap, Max. I can't see anymore, but I can remember.
Yeah, you got the memory, I've got the eyes.
That's right. Huggins on the hill, and he's got some numbers, including the number 18 when he's pitching. He loves the number 18.
Yeah, he's got 18 walks, 18 runs given up, 23 strikeouts, and then there was one more stat that was 18. But it's not loading for me.
Yeah, I think last I saw he was 4-0 on the season, but I think he might have picked up a loss. But he certainly would have to be considered the ace of the staff. Big hard-throwing right-hander. As Huggins,
he's 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1 on the year. He did pick up that recent loss. ERA of just a shade over 5, a whip of 1.44. And again, it's, power pitcher numbers, 18 walks, 23 strikeouts. Not many guys are going to hurt him with the bat. He'll hurt himself with the walks, and that's what he's got to be careful with every time out there. We'll see how he does. The leadoff hitter is that shortstop, Malone, who we couldn't stop saying enough nice things about him. And then his mom stopped by, and she's pretty cool, too. As first pitch misses for a ball. Huggins looks in and deals. That's Tate. And that pitch hits Malone to the back, and he'll take his base. So
didn't even
just like that.
There. Just let it hit him, take his base.
Yeah. It looked like it might leave a mark sometime tomorrow. Tate Wiley, the third baseman, in on the grass here. Up the middle, it's Casio and Hammond looking for the double play as the hitter is
Diego Herrera.
Thank you. Herrera. Pitch misses outside for Huggins. Big guy. Sometimes takes him a little bit to get on track to figure out his fundamentals, his mechanics, and then find the plate. Right now he looks a little wild. 1-0 on Herrera. Watching the runner at first is Malone. That pitch chopped to first but foul. Right on it is Xander Witt playing first base. I have not seen that yet this year. I like Witt at third, but we'll see how Wiley does over there. Malone a runner, and we're just underway here in the nightcap. 1 on, nobody out here for the Rangers. They won the first game 3-0. Pitch to Herrera inside for a ball. 1-1, or 2-1 rather, on Herrera. Malone takes his lead at first, pretty good lead, and Huggins takes a long look. We'll see if he takes another look. No, he'll deal to home. That's a bunt pushed in a perfect spot. Aaron's got to go to first. He does, and they get the out. That was a well-executed bunt. We talked about how well Laramie fields. They play small ball really well also. Good bunters.
They've had 4 or 5 good bunts last game, and that was another solid one. Just lucky that Huggins was there to make the play.
Just perfectly placed. Huggins is the only guy that could get to it, and the only play he had was to first. They moved Malone to second just like they wanted, and here comes
Chavez.
Brandon Chavez. Hopefully he's tired from pitching game 1 as he takes a strike right down the middle from Huggins. 1 out. Malone at first, the leadoff runner after a leadoff hit by pitch. Got a conservative lead. Costiel kind of watching him, hounding him from behind. Huggins looks over there for a moment and now deals the 0-1. That's outside and low, 1-1. Giants trying to split this doubleheader after dropping the first one. They're now on a 3-game slide, 14-11 overall in the season that began promising. I think the Giants were 14-3 at one point, 14-2. Is that pitch on the outside corner for a strike?
Yeah,
so
12
Huggins.
and 12-2.
12-2, yeah. Huggins ahead in the count now, 1-2. What do you do with Chavez? Aaron's doesn't have a nasty kind of off-speed stuff. He mostly sticks with fastball. We'll see if he tries to change it up here with Chavez. Misses away, 2-2 now to the number 3 hitter for the Rangers. Hit the ball hard in game 1 and then pitched a gem. He is a prospect for sure. Malone takes his lead at second, not very far from the bag. Costiel again watching him. Huggins to the belt, 2-2 pitch. That's swung on, hit to Mason right and center. Came in on it, now floats back and makes the play. And Malone stays where he is at second. Good job by Wright, who initially came in, and then that ball hit a little harder than maybe he thought.
Yeah, he didn't need to move an inch.
Not much. 2 out now. Still got a base open. Malone at second. Who is this at bat? You have the lineup.
Looks like Tate Moore.
Tatum Moore. Right-hander. As Huggins' first pitch misses, 1-0. This time it's Hammond watching the runner at second, Malone. Pitch right down the middle, 1-1. And they're going to say a balk here will allow Malone to move to third. And that pitch also should not count. I did not see,
I didn't see that
how
either.
he balked. I wasn't really paying attention too closely. Still 1-0 though, and you lose that fastball strike right down the middle. Malone now at third. That fastball misses just low, 2-0 now on Tatum. Malone just 90 feet away from the first run. Took us 4 innings plus to get the first run in the opening game as Huggins drills a fastball in the inside corner, 2-1. Looked like Moore was taking all the way. 2 out, and Giants trying to wiggle out of early trouble here as Huggins looks in. The 2-1 pitch, full windup. Swung on, hit to third. Up with it is Wiley cleanly. Throw to first in time. Accurate, a nice play by Tate. So Laramie strands 1 at third, and Giants coming to bat. No score here, just underway in game 2 of the doubleheader. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95 and the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local while staying at the Antler Inn, Elk Country Inn, Cowboy Village Resort, or 49er Inn and Suites. With the best entertainment, dining, shopping, bars, and brews all in walking distance, you'll never want to leave. Call 1-800-4-TETONS or find them on the web at townsquareinns.com.
You're watching and listening to live coverage of Jackson Hole High School sports on KZ95.
Bottom of the first. Who we got pitching for Laramie again? It's Branch. Yeah?
Yeah, Mason Branch.
Okay. Remember, he's a tall, lanky kid. I remember from game one.
Probably about
right-hander.
6'2", 150.
Yeah, tall, skinny kid. See if he generates any kind of power. Certainly after Brandon Chavez.
Not going to throw it as hard as Brandon, but...
No, and we did have Aaron Huggins up on the booth between games who confirmed that Chavez was throwing pretty hard, mid-80s at least.
87.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one to watch. I mean, you throwing mid-upper 80s as a 17-year-old, and he ought to be 90, low 90s by the time he's 18, 19, ready to be drafted. And
yeah, he's still a little more power training. He's going to get there.
Right. And again, what impressed us is not so much the raw talent of his throwing arm, but just how smart he pitches. Crafty guy. Giants.
Really good IQ.
Yeah, if you're Jackson, you're glad to see anybody else right now. You're ready to feast after game one. We'll see if the Giants can jump on Laramie early here. They'll send up Xander Witt.
Yeah, Xander Witt, Ethan Garner, then Trace Castillo. Is it Trayson or Trace?
Trayson, but Trayson. I imagine Trace for short wouldn't be wrong. Xander Witt steps in. Haven't seen him lead off a whole lot this year, but he's had a really good bat, and you know he's got speed, so he makes for a real natural leadoff hitter. As Witt steps in, and just a tough way to take an L if you're Xander on the mound in game one. Tough to match up against an ace like that as Branch deals outside for ball one. Good eye by Xander Witt. And again, this Laramie infield is now Moore at third, Malone at short. Webb moves over to second. That ball hit up the middle, and watch Malone just hoover this one up. He does. Throw to first, and I'm telling you, that's as smooth as it gets. That's not an easy ball to glove. He took a real short hop.
It just looks so effortless for me.
Yeah. Malone had to go a long way to get there, and when he got there, he did not get exactly a charity hop. That was a low, in-between short hop, and it was like it was nothing.
And then we've got Ethan Garner.
And Witt can fly, and Malone just made that an easy out at short. Garner taps one to first, and up with it easily, taking it himself is first baseman Aragon. And quickly, 2 out.
Yeah, 2 pitches, 2 outs.
Wow.
Sorry, 3 pitches, 2 outs.
Yeah, that was ball 1 to Witt. But yeah, 3 pitches, 2 outs. And when you got an infield like this, I would not worry about strikeouts. Just pitch to contact, trust your fielders. And this will be Castillo now in his usual 3-hole. Pitch from Branch misses just outside.
I want to see Castillo get on base here, so hopefully he can heat up for the rest of the game. Definitely need some more confidence after the last one.
Yeah, you need some feel-good stuff to happen if you're the Giants. That pitch on the outside corner, that looked like a makeup. Yeah, that was pretty far outside. 1-1 now on Castillo. That was pretty far outside as Welch looks in. 1-1 pitch, 2 out, nobody on. Giants half the first. Swing and a miss by Castillo, and he's got a hole in his bat. I don't know how he missed that. Looked like he was right on it, but
yeah, just under it.
Yeah, you got the eyes. I don't know how he missed it. 1-2 now as Welch steals. Got the count in his favor. Breaking ball hit well to left on this horse. That's going to find the gap, I think. And it's off the wall, off the Yippee-Yi-Yo candy sign. And that'll be a stand-up double for Castillo, that close to a home run.
Yeah, that was halfway up the wall.
Wow.
That was in the air for like 5 seconds.
He got a lot of that, yeah.
Probably could have used more of a line drive and it would have gone out.
Yeah, good point if he had gotten a little less air under it. But that was a sky-high shot to the deepest part of the ballpark. I want to say you're about 390 there in left center.
Yeah, right in between Chavez and Buchanan as well. Hard for them to make a play.
Yeah, neither one was going to get that. That's exactly in between them. as Matt Fisher fouls this one back. He's hitting cleanup in this one. Fouls that first pitch swinging back to the screen. So Costiel at second, 2 out, and he's in scoring position if Fisher gets a hold of one. Tracy Costiel just missed, hitting his 4th of the year, I think. That one back up the middle. Malone's on it, scoops it, has a little problem with it, stays with it, and Aragon picks it at first base nicely. And wow, just like that, the Giants do strand one, and Laramie's out of it. After one, no score here at Jackson Giant Field. Jackson Giants baseball on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Cashmere, silk, down, or denim. Blue Spruce Cleaners is where you take them. We have a
with live coverage of the Jackson Bronx.
Back to Giants Field. Huggins and Welch going at it. And don't look now, we might have another one of those pitcher duel games.
Huggins and Branch.
Oh, Branch. Did I call him Welch again? Huggins and Branch. Yeah, 2 good first innings from both pitchers. As quiet, other than the Costiel bomb off the wall. That was pretty easy innings for the pitchers. This is Webb, who played third in the first game. He's at second base for this one. Huggins starts the second inning with a strike right down the middle. That ball chopped to third, going to go foul as Wiley will scoop it up. Jackson infield left to right. Wiley, Costiel, Hammond, and Witt. In the outfield, Fisher, Wright, and Garner. And, of course, it's Aiden Grayland behind the plate. Who else would it be? As Huggins looks in, 0-2 pitch. Something nasty here. And it's in the dirt. Grayland does block it, and it's 1-2 now.
See if we can just throw a strike to the outside of the plate, get him out swinging here.
Yeah, it's a good time to work on a curve or something, one of your lesser pitches as it misses away 2-2. You got a guy 0-2 and with nobody on in a fresh inning. It's a good time to work on that curveball, that slider, that secondary pitch you got just to start to get a feel for it. As that pitch hits Webb or hits, I thought it hit Webb.
It skimmed his bat.
Got him on the handle of the bat, and then it actually got more of Aiden Grayland, who, ouch, tries to shake that off. That went off, yeah, it looked like it went off maybe the heel of the bat of Webb. I thought it hit his hand, but off the bat, and then it hit Aiden Grayland, and he tries to shake that off. The umpire tries to give him a little time. 2-2 count now coming up from Aaron Huggins. It's high, and he's run it full now to Webb. Just underway, top 2, no score. Laramie won the opener. Jackson trying to get back of the nightcap and stop a 3-game slide here in the schedule. That pitch inside of Webb, and he works his way on. Lead off walk, always bad news.
That was close. That almost could have been called a strike on the inside.
That was pretty close. Here's Welch Branch.
Mason Branch. Wow.
If I can't pick which one it is, I'll use them both. It's Mason Branch, the starting pitcher, chance to help himself out. Big lead at first. I was going to say, Aaron, throw over there, and he did. But sliding back is Webb. He does have a healthy lead. Xander Witt holding him on at first. Aaron Huggins to the belt, working to Branch, and that pitch is up and in for a ball. 1 on, nobody out. Wiley well in on the grass at third. Should Branch be swinging away, that could be a hot shot. Now Wiley backs up a little bit as Branch doesn't look like he's showing bunt. No, he's swinging. That ball well hit. Mason right after it in center, deep, and he will track it down. Right goes all the way back, just short of the warning track. Ball hit well by Welch.
I was about to say our outfielders look a little bit shallow, but I forget how speedy they all are. They can almost track down anything.
By a rule, I mean, Mason Wright plays kind of medium. Fisher plays very shallow and left for right-handers, for my taste. But they're both really, really fast. Buchanan? Is this Buchanan, the lefty?
Buchanan.
Yeah. Pitch from Huggins on the outside corner, and that's a strike. 0-1. Still at first is Webb. Laramie's been playing a lot of bunt, moving the runners over, a lot of bit of hit and run. We'll see if anything on here with Buchanan, the lefty, in that open stance. Huggins to the belt, the 0-1 pitch coming. And he does square to bunt, but it's outside. Wiley charging in at third. This Laramie team really good with the bunting, as we've pointed out. In game one, they were really bunt well, and Wiley is way in at third now. And it is a bunt back to the pitcher. Huggins up with it. He's going to go right to first. Might have had a play at second, but I don't mind getting the sure out. Be sure about it. And that is out number 2. Smart play.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, given we made that mistake once last game.
Yeah.
Especially how wide Hammond is right now. It'd be hard for him to get to the bag.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been a scary play at second. I think there was time, but so much could go wrong. And now you got 2 outs with a runner at second, with Aragon at the plate, the right-hander. Huggins deals. That pitch is on the inside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. You also have a base open just in case you feel like you don't want to throw strikes to Aragon, although Huggins is now up in the count. Yeah, I like the play. Get the sure out. 2 out now with Webb at second in the dirt. Aiden Grayla does a good job to block that, and Webb can't go anywhere. He's still at second. And the count 1-1 on Aragon. Turned out to be a beautiful day weather-wise here. Huggins takes a look at second. Webb scampers back.
The wind certainly died down.
Yeah, it did. I thought we'd have more wind today, as whatever this system was that was raining all day has kind of moved down. Beautiful evening. Huggins 1-1 pitch hit right at Trayson Costiel, who spears the line drive for out number 3. Laramie threatens but leaves a runner on. We move to the bottom of the second after 1.5. No score here at Giants Field. Giants baseball and KZ95 on the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Hey, I'm Allie Lane from Jackson Hole Young Life. Do you remember what it's like to be a teenager?
KZ95 with live coverage of the Jackson Bronx.
Back to Giants Field. Bottom of the second, scoreless. Jake Nichols, Max Mitchell right here behind home plate, bringing all the sights and sounds as shadows creep across the field from the light poles. And Mason Welch takes it, or Mason Branch.
Mason Branch.
I'm not going to, it's in my head now, Max.
Where are you getting the Welch from?
I don't know.
That might have been the picture from last week.
I have no excuse.
There was definitely a Welch, though, on the opposite team when we played last Tuesday.
I hope so. I'm glad you're bailing me out there. I like it. I like where you're going with that.
Yeah, Mason Wright's up next.
All right, Mr. Branch, and my apologies. It won't be the last time I call him Welch. Mason Branch is ready with his warm-ups. We're ready to go. Mason Wright will lead things off. The left-hander, who plays a pretty smooth center field. I like him in center, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I like all of our outfielders. They're sharp.
Yeah. They really are. They cover a lot of ground. I just feel so confident with right and center. There's not many balls he can't get to.
High school.
Mason steps in the lefty. We'll start things off here in the second. First pitch, foul back. Good fastball from Branch on the inside corner. And Mason, that's all he could do is just get a piece of it. A little bit in at third from Moore, just in case Mason Wright were to lay down a bunt. Otherwise, the infield's pretty deep. As that pitch misses outside, it's 1-1 on Mason Wright.
And Malone is certainly deep.
Yeah, he plays a deep shorty. He's got a good arm, and he trusts it, and he does come in on balls. If you hit it softly to him, he charges it hard. Most good shortstops play that deep on the edge of the grass because they have the arm to do it, and it allows them to get to more balls. But you better be able to gun it. 2-1 now on Mason Wright. That ball hit wall to center. Back to the wall is the center fielder and makes that catch at the warning track, and you can't hit it any farther in this ballpark and keep it there. And that's Chavez.
Yeah, on his back foot there. Good catch, kind of backpedaling the whole way.
And the hardest part about that play is he's moving from sun to shade trying to track that ball. Where he caught it was shade.
Also scared of the wall behind him.
Yeah.
He got close to running into it.
You got the wall, you got sun turning into shade, and you got a ball that was
And that was a long, probably 370, 375.
That's a long way, to the green monster as Branch misses inside Aiden
Grayland.
Yeah. Wow.
He had a couple of good hits last game. He hit that one into the gap on the right side.
And he's the kind of guy that would have success against a good pitcher because he doesn't try to do too much. He just tries to get a bat on the ball as that's in there for a strike, 1-1. So against, he's not trying to swing from the heels and hit home runs. Like, he's just putting bat on ball. He had a pretty good game against Chavez in game one.
Yeah, he's a good mechanical player.
Pitch misses outside, 2-1 now. I can't think of a Laramie fielder that has disappointed me this game. Chavez in center, Webb at third last game, Malone is short. I mean, these kids field really well.
I haven't really seen a lot from the left fielder or right fielder, Buchanan and Herrera.
Right, not much has been hit to the corner outfields. The infield's been super solid. Catchers look pretty good. This is a different catcher this time, though.
His name is Trace Looney.
Okay, Trace Looney, different catcher. Moore, who caught game one, is now at third. 2-2 pitch coming up to Aiden Grayla. Swung on, tap, foul. Spoils it as Branch thought he might have had him. Punched out, but can't do it. You're not going to strike out Aiden too often. You would need electric stuff as Grayland steps back in. One out, nobody on. Bottom two, scoreless. Kind of looking like game one. That pitch fouled away, and that was a little extra on that. Grayland spoiled a good fastball. He was late on it, but he hit it well. Got a lot of bat on it, but this very tardy on it as Branch really fired that one. 2-2 pitch now from Mason Branch. Swung on, again hit right side. Right fielder headed to the line and makes the catch right at. That would have been a fair ball. Heck of a play by Herrera. And we were just mentioning how everybody's impressed us with their left and right fielder.
He tracked it down, had to reach pretty hard to get it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like halfway in between a dive and just a full stretch, but
he must have heard us. If you're watching us on our YouTube channel, that's out of your picture. We realize we just have a one-camera shoot here. Very rudimentary, but trust me, that's a long run for Herrera. Made a nice play on a ball that could have been a double had it fallen in there. First pitch to Tate Wiley in the outside corner for a strike. So to a man, these Laramie Rangers have fielded their positions this afternoon. As Mason Branch looks in, the 0-1 pitch to Wiley. That's right down the middle, but low, 1-1. Wiley pitched a really nice game last time we were on the air with you. in the opening of a doubleheader with Green River.
I think it was a 3-hitter shutout, right?
Yeah, it was a game shortened by the 10-run rule. It was a 5-inning game, but it was a shutout. And, yeah, I think if it was 3 hits, maybe
Might have been 2.
Might have been 2.
And there was a couple errors, a couple walks in there, but not a lot of runners on base.
Yeah, he was just super solid. 1-2 count now on Wiley. Branch deals. That's low and in. 2-2 now on the left-hander. Tate makes the third left-handed option for Jason Huggins if he wants bats. He's got Garner and Mason Wright in the regular everyday lineup as lefties, and then another lefty off the bench is Wiley. That ball hit down the left field line, foul, but will there be a play? Moore's going to run out of room.
3 out of 9 lefties is pretty unusual.
Yeah. It's nice when you face a right-hander, which you usually will.
Just got to capitalize on it.
2-2 count, 2 out. Nobody on. Bottom 2. 0-0 in the second game of a double dip with these impressive Laramie Rangers. That's outside and count run full. I can't believe this is a team that we whooped up on twice earlier.
Must have been.
They were missing guys.
Missing a good pitcher, maybe some fielding errors, but looks like a completely different team.
Yeah. Payoff pitch to Wiley. That's high, and Tate works the 2-out walk.
I'm just surprised they have a losing record because they look sharp.
Well, they play in
the Cheyenne team a lot.
Yeah, they play in the hotbed. There's 2 teams in Cheyenne. The Sixers are ridiculous. There's also a Cheyenne South, I believe. I mean, there's some baseball over there. They play some Nebraska teams, some Denver teams.
Is that the baseball town of Wyoming?
Yes, but they don't have airplanes, as we've discussed. But, yeah, the competition there is probably a reason for the record. They play good teams. Hammond takes high here, 1-0. Tate Wiley not a threat to go, and every time I say that, somebody runs.
Hasn't happened today. Haven't really jinxed anyone.
No. As Branch takes a long look at first and comes home. That ball tapped right at third, and Moore can't make the play. Right under his glove into left field, up with it. And back into the infield, Wiley moves to second. We'll see how they score that. As that ball got right under the glove. I think Webb would have had
scoring
it.
So far, they're going to give us an error, but
probably an error.
First mistake we've seen from their infield in 2 games.
It is, and that's more the catcher at third. I think Webb makes that play at third. Certainly, last game he looked at, but that just got under the glove of Moore at third, who was the catcher in game 1.
Yeah,
so that
was
error
awarded as an error.
Runners at first and second, 2 out with Wiley Wilkes at the plate. That ball gets away from the catcher Looney, and the runners will move up, and that's a huge pass ball there. Now runners in scoring position, and anything Wiley hits could plate 2 if he gets a hold of one. 1-0. Wiley Wilkes, who probably a better pitcher than he is a hitter at this point at his young stage, but he's learning to become a better hitter.
Yeah, he's batting 167, so hopefully he can improve on that mark today.
Yeah, there's just too many swing and misses from Wilkes. He's got to work on contact. Maybe Aiden can help him there, the best contact hitter on the team. 1-1 count on Wilkes. And that pitch just off the outside edge. That's been a strike all day.
Yeah, it seemed a little low. I think that's why they called it a ball.
Perhaps a little low. I know Looney wanted it, and Branch wanted it so bad that he's making a point of really walking back slow on the mound. This is sending the umpire a message. I didn't like that call, kind of laboring. The 2-1 pitch now to Wilkes. Fouled off right side. Wiley cutting on a good fastball, just got it off the end of the bat. 2-2 now on Wilkes. Tate Wiley at third. Is that Bridger Hammond?
Yeah, Bridger Hammond at second.
2-2 pitch from Branch is low, full count. You got a base open for Wilkes. But you've got top of the order on deck and Xander Witt. If you're Mason Branch, I'd much rather take up my chances with the number 9 hitter here. Just throw it over the plate, take your chances. Full count, payoff pitch. Swung on just off the end of the bat, and that went right into the Giants' dugout. That sends everybody scattering.
I'm a little surprised you swung at that. It looked kind of low, but
it was close.
Probably not worth the risk. Just get a bat on it.
I'm glad he swung. That's staying aggressive. That was too close. Still full count now. Runners take their leads at second and third. The pitch swung on again, foul back. Wilkes got just a piece, and Branch cannot put him away. Good battle going on here. Wilkes has seen probably everything Mason has in his arsenal, but everything Mason has at this point is just a fastball over the plate. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, I missed, and just as I say that, that was something crooked. That looked like a curveball and a gutsy pitch from Branch.
Just caught the corner there.
Yeah, he fooled Wilkes. He pulled a string on that for the punch out. So the Giants threaten but strand two, and after two, we're still scoreless. 0-0. Giants baseball on KZ95 and the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Cashmere Silk Downer Denim. Blue Spruce Cleaners is where
This inning, I want to see Huggins throwing over the plate a little bit more. He's got 30 pitches, 15 strikes. Definitely going to help him to reduce the pitch count if he doesn't throw as many balls.
Yeah.
And also, this is the first at bat for Trace Looney of the game. He was catching.
Yeah, didn't see him in game one. First pitch inside, misses to Looney, the right-hander. On deck, top of the order with Malone waiting for his licks as that pitch in there at the knees for a strike, 1-1. And yeah, I can think of a beginning of a disastrous inning as walking the number 9 hitter with Malone on deck. You got to throw strikes here if you're Huggins. That pitch misses away. 2-1 now as a hang glider lands in left field.
Yeah, I don't want to see Chavez about this inning because
Chavez with the bases jacked. Yeah.
Hasn't gotten a hit in 2 games, but he's hit some long ones.
He's hit it hard as Huggins comes back with a good fastball inside, and all Looney can do is foul it off. As that really tied him up. 2-2 count now. See if Huggins can punch him. Just underway here, top of the third. Timeout. Looney asks for a moment to step out. You know, in Major League Baseball, they made a lot of rule changes to speed the game. You're only allowed 1 timeout as a batter. I didn't know that.
You mean for the entire game or just that at bat?
No, for 1 at bat. As Looney was jumped on that pitch, hit a screamer, fouled on the left field line. So like if you only get 1 timeout, so if you get you've already used it and you get a bug in your eye, as that pitch curveball misses high and it's run full now, then you're in trouble. You only get to use that 1 time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like those new rules.
I don't either, but it has sped the game up. As Huggins misses, and boy did he miss. He hits Looney. It doesn't matter. It's a ball is as good as a hit batter there. Either way, Looney gets on, and like we said, bad scenario here.
Not an ideal start.
No. Major League Baseball games are faster by 28 minutes on average because of those rule changes I heard the other day.
Just trying to appeal to the young crowd, I guess. Apparently our attention span is 0.
Your generation, Max, can't sit through a 4-hour game like they used to be. Big lead for Looney at first as Huggins misses inside to Malone. So Laramie trying to make some noise here in the 3rd inning. Huggins is not labored too much, although he's thrown a lot of pitches, as you said, Max. Maybe too many.
Only 18 strikes out of 38.
That pitch on the end. Oh, it looked like the umpire wanted to call it, but didn't. And it's 2-0. Yeah, he thought about it. 2-0 now to Malone. Top of the order with Looney at first. And again, he has got a pretty big lead. We'll see if he's going anywhere. He does not. Huggins misses high. I think Huggins is worried about Looney at first. He's maybe upset at himself for walking the 9 guy, and now he's kind of lost focus here on Malone. 3-0, and it doesn't get any easier with Herrera waiting on deck, and I think Chavez in double deck. As Huggins misses inside, 4-pitch walk, and Laramie's in business without anybody putting a bat on the ball. That's got to get a call from the bullpen. At least Aiden Graylin is going to talk to his pitcher. I like that. Maybe save yourself a trip to the mound from the dugout, but certainly you got to talk to your pitcher and get him calmed down a little bit here. Good job by Aiden Graylin. He's been catching long enough to know how you do it. And how you do it is have a chat with your pitcher who's started the inning off with 2 walks.
Yeah, we talked about that last week, about how he seems to find the right time to talk to the pitcher, settling them down.
He's smart. Graylin, just a smart catcher, one of the best behind the plate at blocking balls as that pitch misses low. And Huggins has not thrown many strikes this inning. He's low to Herrera, 1-0.
Looks like he's going to go for a bunt.
You think he's, yeah, it looked like he might have been ready to square. That would move runners to second and third, but it would almost guarantee then you walk Chavez. There's a bunt. It's a good one. Huggins got one play. It's to first. Throws, and that might have pulled off the bag. It did. Hammond had to come up a little bit high for that throw. Hammond is not nearly as tall as Witt or Grayland or anybody else who plays first.
I mean, that was really close.
Very close.
Because when he caught the ball, his left foot was in the air, and then he came back stomped down on the plate right as Herrera got there.
That close. So now Chavez with the bases loaded, nobody out. The Rangers, a golden opportunity here. Tay Wiley in on the grass at third, Witt in on the grass at first, but I don't think Chavez is bunting. That's swinging a miss.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said before, what we didn't want to happen. So hopefully we can get out of the jam.
Yeah, Huggins took a little off that on the first pitch, and Chavez was out in front. Wiley and Witt will come home if it's hit to the corners up the middle, and they'll allow a run to come in to turn 2. Pitch to Chavez. That's in the dirt. Gets past Graylin. He'll come up with it. Throw to the pitcher covering, and it's not in time. Aiden Graylin had to wait a long time for that ball to come off the screen. And when he threw to Huggins, it was close.
Just like half a second late.
Yeah, just a little bit late. That allows Looney to come in with the game's first run. It's 1-0 Laramie. Now a base open for Chavez. Now, he's hit the ball hard, but I think Huggins kind of has a number on him. I would keep pitching to him. 1-1 count now.
And I think he's hit 2 to the center field so far.
Aaron deals 1-1 pitch. That's fouled away. And Huggins is a hard thrower, and Chavez has been a little bit late on him. And then when Aaron first pitch of this at bat threw something off speed, and Chavez was way out front. So Huggins ahead in the count. You certainly want to try to get this guy here and now. 1-2 pitch to Chavez. That's down and in, and Graylin has to block that. 2-2.
We haven't seen a lot of off-speed pitches from him, so
not many, but he did start this at bat with one. It was a beauty, and Chavez was way out front.
Yeah, as we said, it's kind of hard when it's 2-2, 3-2. Just got to throw a fastball to get over the plate.
He does, and Chavez hits it hard, but right at Fisher coming on. Costiel maybe? No, Fisher will call him off and makes a good play. Matt Fisher ran a ton for that.
Yeah, another 60-yard sprint.
Yep, made a catch just shy of the infield, did Fisher, who plays shallow and left. And Costiel thought maybe, and then he must have heard from Matt, who was coming in like a locomotive. Fisher says, I got this, and he did. 1 out now. Runners still at second and third. You still don't have that force, and the Giants still playing the infield in at the corners. They'll come home on a ball hit to Wiley or Witt. but it would not be a force. It would have to be a tag. Grayland would have to tag the runner. Who's the hitter here?
It's Tatum Moore.
Tatum Moore, look at a bunt, and they got, I thought they had Malone hung up. The problem is Tate Wiley is playing in so much that he was not covering the bag. Aiden Grayland, Malone had such a ridiculous lead off third that Aiden Grayland wanted to go throw him out, but Wiley was not covering the bag, and he really can't.
He was probably leading off by 30, 35 feet.
Yeah, Malone was like halfway to home. But there's nothing you can do. If Wiley's not covering third, he has to be in case of a bunt, as that pitch is over the head of Tatum Moore. And it's 2-0 now.
Yeah, he's already had 50 pitches halfway through the third.
You got a place to put more if you want, but that's Webb on deck, who walked his last time up. Pitch from Huggins hit well, but foul down the left field line, and Tatum Moore jumped all over that. Fastball up.
Kind of yanked it.
Yeah, he did. I think Aaron took a little off just to sort of groove a strike, and that was enough to Moore's eyes lit up. And he yanked it foul, 2-1. Laramie up 1-0. Runners at second and third. Pitch. That's a bunt in the air. Witt will make the catch, and he's got Malone double it up, but he threw it away. And that'll allow Malone to score. Meanwhile, another runner moves into third. Xander Witt caught that bunt in the air for out number 2 and a chance for a double play, but he threw that ball in the dirt to Tate Wiley. Wiley had no chance.
That ball never went like over 10 feet in the air. It was just low the entire time.
It was like a, if you golf, one of those low screamers you get off once in a while.
Yeah.
One of them grass burners. But yeah, that error, that pitch on the outside corner, good one. Huggins to Webb. Is that Webb now?
Yeah, it is Webb.
So Laramie up now 2-0 after the Witt error. That pitch in there for a strike, and Huggins up 0-2 quickly on Webb. Worked him on the outside corner, inside corner. Now what do? 0-2. You don't want to throw anything to the backstop with a runner at third. Just getting a piece is Webb as he fouls it off the end of the bat.
Yeah, I like how he threw that away a little bit. It's definitely the play outside.
Yeah. Ahead, and they showed him 2 fastballs outside, inside. Then he came soft away, took a little bit off it. Webb was out front and barely got a piece of it. Still 0-2. Pitch. Curveball, that's hit right back to the mound. And it's fumbled a little by Aaron Huggins, and he's got no play. That would have been a tough play. Short hop on the backhand, and Huggins just couldn't come up with it.
It was bouncing a little bit too slow for Wiley to make a play there, so he kind of had to go for it. Hit off the side of his glove and bounced away from him.
It's just one of those infield singles. I mean, the ball off the bat, velo probably 40 miles an hour, if that, and they just couldn't make the play. So it's 3-0 Laramie now with Webb at first, and now Mason Branch, the pitcher, at the plate. 2 out. Giants have allowed the Rangers to plate 3 here in the third. That pitch is in there for an 0-2 count. Huggins ahead on the count again. I think Huggins will settle into a groove here if he can just get some run support. This game is far from over. And if his Giants can stop throwing the ball around a little bit. That pitch chopped foul. Wiley's got no play. It'll be out of play. Huggins still ahead in the count. 0-2 now on Branch. Webb not moving. We're not seeing a lot of stolen bases today like we did last week, are we?
Yeah, the only stolen bases have been off a wild pitch or two.
Huggins high with the fastball. He wanted that, and that's going to be another balk. Huggins didn't like it.
I didn't even see that.
I didn't really see that either. It might have been a quick pitch. He didn't come set, maybe. But it allows Webb to get down to second now in scoring position, and that should be a no pitch on Branch. That pitch hit well into the gap. Going for it is Fisher. He will get there. And Matt Fisher, boy, that ball had double written all over it off the bat. But Matt Fisher tracks it down. And Laramie, though, strikes 3 times, stranding 1 here as we go to the bottom of the third. After 2.5 in the books, Rangers 3, Jackson nothing. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95, the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local while staying at the Antler Inn, Elk Country Inn, Cowboy Village Resort, or 49er Inn and Suites. With the best entertainment, dining, shopping, bars, and brews all in walking distance, you'll never want to leave. Call 1-800-4-TETONS or find them on the web at townsquareinns.com.
Your home for Jackson Hole High School sports is KZ95. Let's get back to the game.
We move to the bottom of the third here at Jackson Giants Field. In what was kind of what has turned out to look a lot like game 1. Both pitchers starting out really well. Laramie breaking open first with 3 runs.
Yeah, again, just a couple unforced errors by our infielders. And
yeah. There wasn't a ton. I mean, I don't even remember any big hits. There wasn't like they were whacking it around.
And there was hit by pitch, then the walk.
Yeah.
And then with the chopper that he missed. So really not a hit that
Nothing hit hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Laramie's done that with the hitting run, the bunt run. They manufacture runs, as they say in the business. A team that takes full advantage of every base runner. They don't leave many guys on, and when they get guys on, they figure out a way to get them in any way they can without really knocking the ball around real hard. We'll see if Mason Branch can keep cruising. He's looked good through 2. As the first pitch misses somewhere. Both Branch and I are wondering where. Xander Witt, top of the order for the Giants. Branch deals 1-0. That one on the outside corner, but too low, and it's 2-0 now. And Xander Witt trying to work a leadoff walk. He's got speed. And the heart of the order behind him with Garner and Costiel, if he can get on. Giants trying to answer the 3 spot put up by the Rangers in the top half of this inning. And that pitch misses, and Branch has got to be wondering, where is the plate?
That was 2 questionable calls. Might have been just a smidge high, but
I think Laramie's wondering if they're not getting some home cooking here from
a couple charity balls.
Home plate umpire. 3-0 pitch to Witt. That's on the inside corner for a strike. Xander taking all the way, and Branch finally satisfied that now the whole world's not against him. 3-1 pitch coming up here, and there's one to cut loose on if you're Xander. That's outside legitimately, and a walk.
Branch to call a strike there.
And now if you're Looney, this is when you go out and talk to your pitcher, because Branch is upset that he didn't get 2 of those pitches. And I would take the time now to have a chat with him just to make sure his head's right, because he's still thinking about those pitches that got away. He's got speed to worry about at first and dangerous Garner at the plate. And this is not a time you want to lose focus if you're Branch. He misses there, 1-0. You see Looney looking over the dugout, and I believe the dugout calls all the pitches here. Let's see what they want to throw as Branch to the belt, checks Witt. And the 1-0 pitch. Right down the middle, strike. Witt's running. Throw down to second is a bad one. Gets into center field, but Xander is still down. Never did pop back up, and I wonder if Xander's not feeling too great. That was a play where if he got back to his feet, he might have been able to get to third.
He looks okay. Just a little bit of an awkward dive there.
Yeah.
But that was the first true stolen base out of both games.
Yeah. Witt's got a ton of speed. I don't mind it there. You stay out of the double play now, and you take away the force. I'm just surprised Witt didn't pop back up and go to third. He's usually a real energetic guy as Garner hits one to left off the end of the bat. After the left fielder, he's not going to get to it. That's a base hit. Witt rounds third, coming home. The relay throw, not in time. It almost hit Xander Witt in the back of the head. And it was pretty close. And guess who threw that? That was Malone with the relay, who threw a pretty good ball to home. And that was very close, but Xander Witt has got a ton of speed.
That's Malone.
That ball did. Xander put his hands behind his head in case, and he was right to do so. It almost hit him in the back of the head.
I liked how when he rounded third, he tossed off his helmet and
he did?
sprinted.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't notice that. He wanted to like cut down on wind resistance.
Exactly.
He's like, I don't need the helmet. Costiel moved up to second, by the way, on the throw home. So here's... Costiel's at the plate. That's Garner who moved to second on the throw home smartly.
I'm kind of surprised Buchanan didn't make that play. It might have been the sun or just the way the ball was spinning, but it seemed like he was there the whole time.
You're right. He didn't really aggressively chase that ball. It was hit off the end of the bat by Garner. And it might have had spin on it. It's Costiel muscles that into center, and that's going to find a home. That's a base hit. Malone chasing it down, can't get there. Chavez was playing with his back to the wall. He had no chance to come in and get it from center. And a seeing eye base hit that just falls right into center. A bloop single. And it's runners at first and third for Matt Fisher now. There's still nobody out. Giants have cut the lead to 3-1 Laramie, and they've still not done cooking here. Infield much further in. Malone, now he'll start backing up a little bit.
This is the best chance we've had so far.
Runner going, and that ball gets by the catcher Looney. His throw to home goes to nobody as Branch was not covering home, and the throw from Looney actually went right to the base runner.
Yeah, he almost hit.
He almost hit him.
Who was that, Garner?
And for a second, I thought Ethan Garner was going to catch it. Ethan said, wait, why are you throwing it to me?
He put his hands up and got out of the way.
Ethan put his hands up and said, I might have to catch this just so it doesn't hit me.
Yeah,
I don't know what Branch. And again, I think if you're Looney, the catcher, if you went out to talk to your pitcher, Branch, because Branch went to sleep there. He should have been covering home. Mm-hmm. He threw that ball. That was a wild pitch. I think Branch is coming loose, coming unraveled in his head, and it all started when he didn't get those calls at the plate.
But do you think Looney was trying to throw it to third base or to his pitcher?
I think Looney is just throwing. No, I think he's throwing home. I think he's, you're taught to throw to the bag and somebody better be there. And nobody was there.
Yeah.
That ball was actually thrown right over home plate. If Branch is covering, it was a good throw. But Branch was nowhere to be found. And again, I think there's action on the Laramie bullpen. I think Mason Branch coming a little unglued, and it all started with a leadoff walk to Witt. That pitch on the outside corner for a strike to Fisher. Still nobody out. As Costiel takes his lead at third. Giants have trimmed the lead to 1 now. 3-2 as that pitch missed away. Good block by Looney, and it's 2-1.
Mason certainly looks a little bit uncomfortable out there.
After that pitch, and it doesn't look like he's hurt. He took a long time there, bent over, and
just
doesn't look comfortable. You're right.
Sluggish.
Yeah. Curveball, that's a good one, and that fool Fisher. That was a big bender and a surprising time for a 2-1 pitch, and he really threw a nice curve. Got the call on the inside corner. So 2-2 count now on Fisher, who would love to be a hero. Base hit, ties it. Pitch from Branch, and there's hit well to left, but right at left fielder. Catch made.
Yeah, right to Buchanan.
Tagging, Buchanan made the catch, and tagging and scoring easily is Trayson Costiel. So the game is tied. And Fisher did what he had to do. The sac fly has tied it up.
Yeah, best inning we've had all day.
Giants seem, manufacturing 3 runs by actually hitting the ball a little bit more than Laramie. Laramie got 3 runs out of thin air, and we got 3 runs out of hitting the ball. So it's weird. That's the game of baseball. Mason Wright steps in now. 1 out, nobody on, in a fresh inning, sort of. As the Giants reset, Mason Wright hits this a ton in the gap. Nobody's going to get to this. Oh, yes, they do.
Yeah,
it's
Herrera.
Herrera, man, I thought that was going to find grass.
I thought that was farther than it was hit.
Yeah, it
sounded pretty good.
Sounded good. It was hit well, very deep. And I was watching Chavez, who got a late jump, and I saw he wasn't going to get there, and I thought, no way, does Herrera not out of a corner of my eye? Here he comes. Nice play, and there's 2 out now for the Giants with Aiden Grayland stepping in, swinging a miss on the first pitch. Got a little piece of it, and then that foul ball might have hit Looney somewhere. Maybe not. Aiden going to run down, talk to Coach Huggins for a moment. And what could this be about? It's 2 out, 0-1. There's nobody on. I don't know. Certainly not a strategy session. As Grayland steps back in. Mason Branch trying to struggle through a tough inning here. He's allowed the Giants back in it as he misses low and away. It's 1-1.
It's been his miss this inning.
Yeah, he's been a little bit off, and it all started with Witt's at bat. He cruised on the first 2, and then Witt, he didn't get some calls, and I think it kind of got him off his game a little. That ball hit well to short, but Malone has been a vacuum cleaner and fires a strike to first, so that does it. But the Giants do get back in this. We're tied up as we head to the 4th. After 3, it's Jackson 3, Laramie 3. More baseball coming up from Giants Field on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Almost anything, Big R's got it.
Big R Ranch and Home.
With live coverage of the Jackson Bronx.
Aaron Huggins out to work the 4th inning. He's hit a little bit of a speed bump, allowing Laramie 3 runs. The good news is his mates got the 3 back in that last half, and we're tied again.
They did.
Who's this?
That's Aiden Buchanan.
Aiden Buchanan, the left-hander, will start things off.
I want to see less pitches thrown by Huggins this inning. He's been averaging 20 an inning.
Yeah.
Would be nice to see a little 1, 2, 3.
You're not going to last the whole game probably at that rate. Ranger bullpen got heated up there with Branch in trouble, but they'll take a break now as both pitchers hit reset. That pitch looped into center. Costiel after it, and he will make the play. Kind of a half swing by Buchanan, who almost had the right idea with a base hit, but Costiel, showing good range, was able to track it down.
There we go. That's the start to a 1, 2, 3.
That's the one pitch. Yeah, you talked about pitch count. You can't do it any better. One pitch, one
now
out.
Up is Mason Aragon.
Mason Aragon, who's looked pretty good at first. He picked a real nice ball earlier. That pitch up and in. He leans back away from that Huggins fastball. 1-0. Huggins has hit 2 Laramie Rangers and walked another 1 or 2 as that's chopped foul. That's kind of par for the course for Huggins, although he's not getting the strikeouts. Does he have?
I don't think he has a single strikeout.
Yeah, it's been more of the walks than strikeouts this time out.
There's been 1 strikeout for both pitchers.
Okay. Huggins right down the middle. It's 1-2 now on Aragon. Good job to come back in the count. Now works it in his favor. The big right-hander looks in. 3-3. Back to a new ball game here. Top of the 4th. That pitch swung on. Just got a piece off the end of the bat, did Aragon. Still 1-2.
See a nice off-speed picture.
Huggins doesn't throw a lot, but it'd be nice time for one. And again, he sails one. When Aaron misses, it's a definitive miss. That ball was over the head of Aragon. 3-2 pitch coming up now. Or 2-2, sorry. Count even. Huggins, fastball. And again, that's chop foul right off the end of the bat. Aragon does not look like he's going to be able to cover the whole plate. I would work him away. I mean, he's barely getting the ball off the end of the bat. I would come outside with something. They come inside, though, and he gets a foul on that. Still 2-2 and a real battle here between Huggins and Aragon.
Yeah, 7 pitches so far in this at bat. Only 2-2.
After 1 pitch, 1 out, this one is got a little more work involved. Huggins throws it by him. Fastball up in the zone. Aragon swings and misses. 2 out now.
And that's his first strikeout of the game. So him and Branch each have 1.
Okay. Brings up the catcher, Looney, with 2 out and nobody on.
And Looney scored 1 of their 3 runs earlier after being hit.
Both teams scoreless through 2. Then Laramie put up 3 thanks to a few Jackson miscues. Giants answer with 3 of their own last inning, and we're tied now as we head to the 4th. That pitch misses away. Or did
No, he swung and missed.
He swung. Oh, yeah. Sorry. 0-2.
It was down in the dirt, though, so probably not the best swing.
Looney down to the count 0-2. And here's another place where Huggins can work on, maybe his 3rd best pitch. Just try something different here as he throws low. I think there was a timeout call. I don't think that pitch will count as the umpire had his hands in the air. Still 0-2. Nobody on. 2 quick outs. Jackson trying to work a quiet 1-2-3 inning here and get back to the bat. Pitch from Huggins. Swung on, chopped to Wiley at 3rd, charging it nicely, throws on the run, and a nice pick at the other end by Xander Witt, who does not play a lot of first base. That's a hard play to make.
That was almost a full split there.
That was. Witt was really leaning and then picked that hop, one hopper from Wiley. So a nice play on both ends and a 1-2-3 inning. Giants coming to bat, bottom 4. We're tied at 3.
Cashmere Silk Down or Denim. Blue Spruce Cleaners is where you take them. We have a friendly, knowledgeable staff, eager and happy to serve you in 2 locations and on the road with daily pickup and delivery service and expert tailoring on site. We offer the best in green, effective, and gentle cleaning with Green Earth Cleaning and professional laundry for your sweaters, gowns, comforters, and linens. Blue Spruce Cleaners is a recognized reduce, reuse, recycle business leader, providing green, affordable, and friendly service to our community for over 20 years. Whatever the season, whatever the reason, Blue Spruce Cleaners.
Live play-by-play coverage of Jackson Bronx sports continues with Jake Nichols on KZ95.
Jake Nichols, Max Mitchell here at Giants Field. Game 2 of a double set. Laramie won the first one 3-0. This one tied at 3. Jackson trying to salvage the split. Going back to that Tate Wiley play. I think Tate had more time than he thought he did. He charged the ball, but he threw kind of on his off foot. Did not make a great throw, but how about Xander Witt doing the splits at first?
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah, nice pick. So real nice play to end the inning. Good fielding there. Jackson trying to show Laramie they're not the only ones who can field the ball well. We've had a little bit of everything in both these games. Certainly a lot of good pitching, a lot of good defense. And a few runs in this one. 6 runs in one game. Holy cow.
6 runs in one inning.
Seems like a lot after game 1. Tate Wiley will lead things off. He's the one who had that assist just a moment ago to end the top of the 4th. The left-hander steps in.
He was walked at his most recent at-bat.
Yeah, he battled in that last at-bat and worked the walk from Branch, Mason Branch. First pitch, swung on, chopped foul. Looked like Branch took a little bit off of that. Wiley was trying to hold his swing back as much as he could, but he was still out ahead of that. 0-1 now. Bottom of the 4th. Both teams with identical box score lines. As Wiley fouls that loud foul down the left field line. Both teams held scoreless through 2. Both teams put up 3 spots in the third. We'll see if the Giants can break that trend by getting one here. And again, Looney is looking over in that dugout to get the pitch. It's the only thing I can think. He looks over there every time. They call Branch's pitches. And that misses outside, 1-2. 1-2 pitch coming here. Bottom 4. Giants trying to take a lead for the first time this afternoon. Branch misses outside with a fastball. 2-2 now. Wiley pretty good at working that count.
He's patient.
Yeah, he is. You've got to throw him strikes. He doesn't swing at a lot of junk. Two pitch from Branch. That's on the inside corner for a strike. Wiley knew it. Called strike 3. So Tate sent down to start things off. It'll bring up Bridger Hammond. One down now. You got the third baseman Moore directing traffic out there. So the catcher, he knows these hitters. That's a smart play there if you're Moore. As first pitch again, that's a breaking ball. And it misses, and again, Branch doesn't know.
That wasn't a strike.
I know it. Branch can't either, and he's had a few of those. But I love what Moore did at third. As a catcher, he's seen all these hitters now, and he knows where they hit. And so from third base now, not catcher, he was directing his outfielders where to play. And I think he was telling Chavez to come in a bit at center, as Hammond does not have a ton of pop. 2-0 now, as Branch trying to find the plate. That's hit right back up the middle. That's a base hit. Just got through. Nobody had a chance. Maybe Branch, the only guy who could have made a play on it, as that was right up the middle for a single.
Spot.
Yep. So Hammond with a 1-out single. Not a ton of speed at first, but we'll keep an eye on him as Wiley Wilkes settles in. What did Wilkes do last time?
Struck out.
He battled, though. It was
like a 10-pitch strikeout.
It was a long at bat, as Branch will have to work from the stretch. And the pitch. Wilkes wants to bunt. It's a good one. Branch will go to first and get the sure out. Might have been something at second, but they'll take the out with 2 down. Runner at second. It brings up Xander Witt at the top of the order. Pretty nice, pretty good bunt there by Wilkes. Xander Witt, who scored his last time up.
0 for 1 with a walk. He scored after the walk, and then he grounded out in the first.
Yeah,
first inning.
Got good wheels. Hammond, not a speedster really at second, but if the ball gets into the outfield, it's anybody's bet, as Branch misses low with the first one. 1-0. 2 out. Hammond taking a lead at second. Watched by Malone at short. That's surprising. They don't expect Witt to pull this ball. And he chops one to third. Slow roller. Got to come up hard. Moore throws. And they got him by a half step.
Ooh, that was close.
Boy, that was very close. Witt can fly, but the play made. So Jackson strands 1. They do threaten, but after 4, we're still tied at 3 here at Giants Stadium. KZ95, the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
In case you haven't heard, Healing Waters is offering a machine that can penetrate deep into your muscle fiber to increase your strength by 25%. We can treat glutes, abdominals, arms, calves, and thighs. What is this incredible machine? It's called M-Sculpt Neo. How does it work? M-Sculpt Neo uses electromagnetic force to contract your muscles 20,000 times in half an hour. M-Sculpt Neo also uses a high heat for fat breakdown and tightening skin. Best part, no downtime. After 30 minutes, you can return to your day. Come see how this revolutionary machine can help you get strong. Learn more at Float WYO or call 307-922-4212.
This is KZ95 with live coverage of the Jackson Bronx.
Aaron Huggins takes the hill for top of the fifth. This is the point of the game, Max, where it's who wants it more. Laramie says we drove too far to lose, to not win both. And Jackson says we're not dropping two at home.
Yeah, we're at our home stadium. Got to show out for the crowd.
3-3 ball game. Top of the fifth. Laramie Rangers. Is this Malone, the leadoff hitter? Huggins, first pitch inside with a fastball for a ball. That is Malone.
Malone's been hit by a pitch and been walked. Not a lot of action from him so far.
Yeah, Huggins is behind 2-0. And again, I don't know if it's intentional, but he appears to be wanting to work Malone inside. The 2-0 pitch from Huggins, that's low, way in the dirt, and really I think Aaron's just not finding the plate. The mechanics don't look good. 3-0. Malone is probably taking all the way. If I know Laramie, the small ball way they play, there's no way he's swinging here. That's high for a ball. And Malone works a 4-pitch walk to lead off here in the fifth. Danger, danger, danger. Red flag.
Yeah, it feels like last inning. Now up is Diego Herrera, who's 1 for 1 with a scored run as well.
Herrera, Wiley is well in on the grass at third. You got to figure bunt here the way the Rangers have played all afternoon. Huggins pitch, squaring the bunt is Herrera, but he takes outside for a ball, 1-0. Wiley is storming in from third. So if Herrera's bunting, you would assume it'd be down the first base line. And if you're pitching and you're Huggins, you got to throw hard and up to a guy who wants to bunt. Malone takes a pretty good lead at first, but Laramie has not shown they want to steal much. There he goes. Swung at, and that's hit foul back into the screen. The hit and run was on. Rangers have not shown a straight steal yet tonight, but they will hit and run.
That's the first time they've hit and run, though. I haven't really seen a lot of...
They did once before. They bunt and run, and they did hit and run earlier in game one, yes.
But yeah, no stolen bases from them.
No flat-out steal. 1-1 count now on Herrera. That's on the outside corner for a strike. Aiden Grayland did not exactly help his pitcher. He did not frame that up very well. The momentum of the ball took his glove well outside, but it was a good pitch. Grayland made it look worse, though. It's 1-2 now. Huggins to the belt. We'll keep an eye on Malone. He's not going. Swing and a miss, and Huggins gets a big strikeout, his second of the game.
It's also key to note the sun is glaring down right now. I see
players shading their eyes.
Yeah, Grayland has to shade his eyes in order to see the bench.
Yeah.
But it's especially bad for those in the outfield.
Good point. Third baseman, left fielder, maybe the shortstop, all got tons of sun in their eyes. As the sun goes down behind first base, this is the lefty, Brandon Chavez. He squares to bunt. And I don't think he got a piece of that. The ball, well, he must have, because it's a foul ball.
Yeah, hit like the top of his bat or something, and spun backwards.
That was a bunt and run because moving on the pitch was Malone. Boy, this Laramie team, they play like, you mentioned the Cardinals. They remind me of the Cardinals of the late 70s when they play when artificial turf first came out. And they would just hit and run, steal base. Like, that ball hit well to left. Fisher, though, has a track on it. And Matt pulls it in. Chavez has hit a couple of balls hard to the outfield, but all playable.
Yeah, he's had, I think, 4 flyouts over the doubleheader.
2 down now, and still at first is Malone, is Trayton Moore.
He's 0 for 2 so far.
He was the catcher for game one. Has moved to third in this one, and Huggins with 2 out now just has to get more, and he'll be out of this inning. And that pitch is inside for a ball, 1-0. Pretty good lead by Malone, but again, not showing like he wants to flat out steal. See if anything is on as Moore takes a look down at Coach Chavez and steps back in. 1-0 pitch coming from Huggins. 2 down. Malone taking the lead at first. We're tied at 3. Top 5. Throw over to first. Back easily is Malone. Giants want to avoid being swept here at home and stop a 3-game losing streak. Squaring to bunt here. That pitch is a strike. Throw down to second. Runner going. They got him. So Malone attempts to steal. Aiden Graylin threw a perfect strike to second. That was a heck of a throw. And that'll do it for the inning. Really nice job there by Aiden Graylin to fire a strike down to second. We'll move to the bottom of the 5th, tied at 3. From Giants Field, this is KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local. Recently renovated, the 49er boasts a new lobby, extended continental breakfast, indoor swimming pool, fitness facility, and 12-person outdoor hot tub. Located on Pearl Street, the 49er is just 3 short blocks from Jackson's greatest bars and restaurants, where you'll find your home away from home. Enjoy your time in Jackson as part of the Town Square Inns, and stay at the 49er Inn and Suites.
Let's get back to the live action on KZ95. Here's Jake Nichols.
Well, I hope you've been able to join us in some fashion, whether you're listening on the radio, KZ95, whether you're watching our YouTube channel, Jackson Hole Radio YouTube channel. We got the game live streamed for you, or whether you're here live in person. It's been a beautiful night as the sun sets on Giants Field. Great night for baseball.
Been the first good night in about a week. It's been overcast every night. Glad some sun could be out tonight.
The baseball gods have been with us today because, it's been a crummy week. And then just a really nice night tonight. Ethan Garner will lead it off for the Giants.
Garner's 1 for 2 with 1 hit and an RBI and a scored run. So definitely one of our better hitters to lead off.
Giants have not led at any point today. Flag Day. They'd like to change that as Branch deals. Garner first pitch swinging. High fly. Chavez in center cruises in calmly and makes the play. 1 out. 1 pitch, 1 out.
I don't follow rules and they don't like that. I was skipping school to get my sack right.
Tracing Castillo up now. 1 out, nobody out.
Remember what we talked about before his first at bat, how he kind of had a poor hitting performance last game, but he's 2 for 2. Almost had that home run in his first at bat, right? Hit the back wall.
He hit that ball a ton. First pitch from Branch is outside. He was one of the few guys who had a good day at the plate last week in the 2 losses. As Castillo off the end of the bat for a foul, 1-1 now. He's so steady. He never goes long into slumps. He's not a streaky, red hot blue slump guy. He's just steady, solid hitter. He's always going to hit in the high 300s usually. Curveball there. That was a good one, and Branch didn't get it. 2-1.
I think he's batting around 350 this season.
That's about right. He's always going to be 350 to 380 right in there with some good power. Branch 2-1 now, and Castillo wants to work him away. At least that's where Looney's set up, and that foul ball back to the screen, 2-2, and Branch missed the target there as he came inside to Castillo. Looney wanted that on the outside edge. 2-2 count. Castillo leading off here, or second batter. We already got 1 out here in the 5th. Branch deals 2-2. That one's away, but too far. Also in the dirt. So now 3-2 on Castillo. And if you're Mason Branch, you got to be very careful. This is not a guy you want to just groove one to.
Yeah, you could go yard if it's just directly over the plate.
I think Branch probably remembers. I'll bet from the dugout, the pitch they relay, they won't remember. And that misses low and away. They're not going to give Trayson a chance really to hurt them here. And he'll take the walk, though. And we'll see if Matt Fisher can make them pay. 1 out, 1 on. Castillo has average speed, but Giants love to steal. Why not?
Yeah, I'd love to see us get someone on second.
What do you think the steal call is? I'm watching Coach Huggins. What do you think the steal sign is? I don't know if he put it on. He's down at third base going through the signs. Branch takes a long look at Castillo, who has a big lead. The pitch, and Castillo is running, and it gets by Looney, though, and there's going to be no chance, no play. That was a weird rotation.
Yeah,
Laramie had a second baseman was charging in. Yep.
I'm not sure what the point of that was.
Yeah, you're not getting it. Fisher's not going to bunt. I doubt. I don't know why he was charging that hard. Laramie just assumes other teams bunt like they do, but your number 5 hitter, or number 4 hitter is not bunting. Your cleanup hitter is not bunting with a runner on and 1 out. Not on this team, as Branch deals, and he overthrew that one. And that goes back to the screen. It allows Castillo to move up to third, and there goes the bullpen scampering to life again for the Rangers.
Yeah, it's 2 wild pitches to let Castillo go from first to third.
And they didn't look right. Branch now taking a long time to walk back to first. 3-0 now to Fisher. We'll see if he's green-lighted. He's got bats behind him. And that misses badly again away, and this is going to have a visit for the dugout, you would think. Some visit from the catcher, somebody. Yeah, Branch does not look good.
Might give him one more batter and then call it a day.
I'm not saying make the move. I'm saying just have a chat.
I mean, he's only thrown 75 pitches, 42 strikes.
Yeah, I don't give him the hook, but he doesn't look right to me. I got to have a talk with him as Mason Wright steps in, but nobody visits. And they're going to let Mason Branch work out of it. Runners at first and third. 1 out for the Giants. There goes the runner. Mason Wright puts down a beautiful bunt. Branch is going to come home. That was ill-advised, as the tag was in order. You had to tag him, and they had no chance to get the runner coming home.
Yeah, he took off right as he went for the bunt.
Oh, yeah. Castillo was roaring. That was a sort of a safety squeeze.
Definitely can't talk about his speed anymore. He showed us up there.
Castillo was coming as soon as he saw contact. It was the safety squeeze. There was no chance to get Castillo. Branch had to go to first there. That was a mistake, and that's allowed the doors to open here, perhaps for a big inning. 1 out, runners at first and second. Aiden Graylin up now, and Mason Branch still no visit from the dugout. I don't want to put a lot of pressure on these Ranger coaching staff, but you got a pitcher on the verge of meltdown here in a close ball game. And now runners going, and that pitch hit into right field. Coming on is Buchanan. He makes the play, or Herrera makes a nice play, and they'll tag up Fisher. Oh, boy. Matt Fisher, who was running on the play. The catch made a ball hit well by Graylin to right, but Herrera made a nice catch, drilled a throw to second, and the double play gets the Rangers out of the inning with just a little bit of damage. 4-3. Let me update the score. 4-3 now as we move to the top half of the 6th. Back for more baseball here at Giants Field on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Wilson Backcountry Sports, your local bike shop in Wilson, is ready to help you enjoy the biking our area has to offer. They sell mountain bikes, pathway bikes, and e-bikes. Want to avoid the traffic this summer? Come get an e-bike for your commute and be smiling as you pass the line of bumper-to-bumper cars. If your bike could use some love, they have professional, experienced bike mechanics that can repair and tune your bike to its full potential. Wilson Backcountry Sports. They can outfit you with unique cycle clothing, bike accessories, offer rentals, and give you local trail information. Come visit the folks at Wilson Backcountry Sports, the bike shop located at the base of Teton Pass in Wilson, just 10 minutes from the busy city of Jackson.
Live play-by-play coverage of Jackson Bronx sports continues with Jake Nichols on KZ95.
The top half of the 6th. Jackson with a run there in that last inning has made it 4-3, and that could have been a lot worse for the Rangers as Aiden hit that ball well to right and
just sailed a little too far right into the path of Herrera.
Yeah, Herrera just hit right at him.
Also, Huggins has been really sharp. He's only given up 1 hit.
He's gotten better and better.
Runs,
yeah,
3 walks. I mean, he's faced 21 batters. Only give up one hit is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Just a couple fielding errors.
Yeah, he's been quiet dominant and just gaining steam, it seems. 1-0 here as he works that first pitch low to Moore. Tatum Moore, the third baseman. 1-0 pitch from Huggins. Fastball on the outside edge. Makes it 1-1. Count even. Yeah, Huggins, when he first started, I thought, it's going to be one of those games where Aaron just doesn't have the command. But, that was nice. Good time to pull a string. Moore way out in front of that changeup.
Yeah,
and it's
slowed that down a little bit.
Ooh, yeah, he did. That's the kind of crafty pitching Chavez was showing you from the Rangers in Game 1. Huggins, fastball in the dirt, low, 2-2.
I love the fastball off-speed pitch and then the fastball again.
Yep.
Good little combination.
Just constantly keeping the hitters off speed, off stride, but I want to see a better pitch there. That just gets your pitch count up when you throw one in the dirt. It's got to be a little better. That ball stroked into left. That's a base hit. Fisher to it quickly. Will keep it to a single as he gets the ball into the infield. That was a nice shot. A 2-2 pitch that Moore just ripped into left. A no-doubt single. Bring up Webb with a first down signal, and now Coach Huggins wants to have a meeting on the mound. The entire infield will come out with him, and they'll talk things over. For one, it's strategy. What do you do if a runner steals? Make sure you keep them close. No, they're going to make the move as Coach Huggins is going to give the hook. Anybody other than his son, and he might have let him hang on a little longer, but you're out of here, kid. That'll be it for Huggins with the pitching change. It looks like Wiley Wilkes will get our second look at him this afternoon. We'll come back with this pitching change on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local. Recently renovated, the 49er boasts a new lobby, extended continental breakfast, indoor swimming pool, fitness facility, and 12-person outdoor hot tub. Located on Pearl Street, the 49er is just 3 short blocks from Jackson's greatest bars and restaurants, where you'll find your home away from home. Enjoy your time in Jackson as part of the Town Square Inns, and stay at the 49er Inn and Suites.
Here's your voice of the Jackson Bronx, Jake Nichols on KZ95.
So, Max, we did see Wiley Wilkes in relief in Game 1, but he threw all of what? 4 pitches? 5 pitches?
Yeah, 6 pitches.
6 pitches. Got Jackson out of a jam. He's in again now. He's become sort of that go-to relief guy, him and Brandon Witt. Wiley Wilkes, a hard thrower, does not have much outside of that fastball, and that's usually all he needs as he throws everything pretty hard. Again,
he also has quite similar stats to Huggins.
Yeah.
Just around 23 strikeouts as well, 15 walks, 13 runs. He's pitched 4 less innings, but pretty much identical stats.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised because they're really identical pitchers. They're hard-throwing right-handers who sometimes struggle with their control. They'll get a lot of swing and misses, but they'll get a lot of balls that they're going to go to the backstop. So Wilkes has got to throw strikes here. When you're a relief pitcher, you come in with guys on. The fire has already been started. You don't want to fan the flames. You got to throw strikes. Webb steps in. Tate Wiley is almost down to the batter's box as the bunt is on, and that's foul back.
Yeah, Webb's attempted the bunt almost every single at-bat today.
Yeah.
So I like the move by Wiley coming really infield.
And it's the reason why Tate does not have to worry about getting one in his grill. I mean, you want to check your dental plan if you're Tate Wiley right now, but Webb is almost guaranteed to bunt. Wilkes sets to the belt, checks the runner, the pitch. Webb is bunting. Pretty good bunt, but it's going to go just foul. It's difficult to soften a fastball for a guy who throws as hard as Wilkes. It's hard to just bunt one softly, but Webb did right there. Now it's 0-2. The bunt probably off, and Wiley's going to go back to the dirt. Somewhere a little safer as Wilkes has a chance for a punch out here. 0-2 pitch, and that's hit, chopped to Wiley. Backs up, going to throw to second. They get one sure play there. I thought maybe Tate was taking a little bit too easy. I thought he charged that ball. But he did make the play. Nice.
I like how he waited a little bit on the pitch. He's had a couple of pitches where he's kind of took it too fast and it's been off.
Yeah.
So.
You're right. He took his time, and he knew he had time. He got the runner at second by a step.
Just trying to make sure
It
he
just
got
made
that
me
out.
nervous. Yeah, how slowly that developed. I'm like, Tate, hurry up. But he knew what he was doing. He made the sure force. There's a Wiley Wilkes is going to balk. That's the third balk we've seen this afternoon. Huggins had two.
He faked the throw out.
And
faked throw out. What is that? Moore?
Faked the throw to try to get Webb. And you can do that if you're not on the rubber, and I thought he was not. And that's what I think what Coach Huggins is saying. He said, yeah, my guy can fake a throw if he doesn't have his toe on the rubber. He wasn't toeing the rubber. He was just standing at the top of the mound. And now they may put the runner back as they're going to confer and talk it over. They're telling Webb to go back to first, so it is not a balk.
That makes sense. He wasn't really set up for the pitch.
Right. He was not toeing the rubber. He was just sort of standing there. For some reason, Wilkes just sort of said, I might throw it over here to scare Webb.
Is that Mason Branch, the pitcher?
Yeah, it's Branch in there now, the right-hander. First pitch, Wilkes, and that was a fastball. That was the express on the inside corner for a strike. Wilkes has thrown all strikes here. He's looked sharp.
I think it's pretty safe to keep throwing strikes to him. He's 0 for 2, didn't really do much last game.
Just misses low and away. Even count at 1-1, and Webb doesn't look like he's going anywhere at first. We mentioned the Rangers don't steal outright a bunch. They like to bunt, hit and run, put something on in that fashion. Webb's got a good lead, though. Wilkes take a long look at him. Now comes home. That pitch hit high in the air. Right fielder Garner wants it. Back, and he does make the play. Nice backup by the center fielder, Wright, who came all the way over just because Mason enjoys a run anytime he can get one in. But Garner had it all the way. 2 out.
Yeah, it's the first hit over to him. Hasn't been a lot in right field today.
Yeah, it's been quiet for Garner. This outfield, though, you said it, Max, impressive. Each one of them, so good. Here's Aiden Buchanan, the left-hander. As Webb takes his lead from first, that pitch misses in the outside corner, and Wiley, you can see his shoulders just dropping. Like, what? 1-0, he wanted it. Buchanan with that open stance, the left-hander. He's been late on fastballs, but still gets a lot of barrel on it as Wiley again fakes a throw to first. And Webb dives back. I don't mind that. Webb's got a big lead. I don't know that he's running, but you at least want him to know you still realize he's there. Buchanan, kind of that scissor swing, just does foul that pitch off. Count even at 1. Didn't look like a great swing by Buchanan. I would stay all fastballs with this guy.
Agreed.
And maybe come in on him. He looks, sometimes he gets that fastball weight. He can get a little bit of wood on it.
I mean, he's had a tendency to foul it off to the left all game.
Yeah. Fastball away, misses. 2-1 now. 4-3 ball game. Giants lead for the first time on June 14th. Trying to win at least the nightcap and salvage the split here as Wilkes steals. That's up and away for ball 3. 3-1.
Almost 2 identical pitches there.
Yeah, same spot, both missed.
Just a little high to the left.
Webb takes his lead from first. The pitch to Buchanan as fouled, and that might have gone off the helmet of Aiden Grayland, who will jog out to first just to make sure he can still do that. It might have domed him.
Yeah, needs a little breather there. I don't blame him.
He never did take the helmet off, so he looks okay. We'll see if the umpire asks him if he's all right here. And, yep, Aiden says, yeah, I'm all right. Full count pitch coming. We'll see if Webb is running with 2 outs. Should be running on the pitch. Wilkes checks him. Now Witt will get off of first. Pitch low and away, and Buchanan does draw the walk. So Laramie's got 2 runners on now, and Wilkes not quite as easy as it was in game 1, but
yeah, it's just an unforced error there.
First baseman, Mason.
Nothing hurt yet. Mason Aragon in now.
We've got to also have a pinch runner in. I think it's Reese McIntyre went to first base instead of...
McIntyre would be the go-ahead run, tying run at second. Aragon's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Wilkes trying to get out of trouble here in relief of Aaron Huggins, who stands to pick up the win if the Giants can keep it here. 2 out, runners at first and second. Rangers down 4-3, top 6. Wilkes wants to throw to second, but Hammond isn't covering, and wasn't much going on there anyway. Webb dives back. Wiley looks in, gets the sign, and he'll work to Aragon. Pitch right there for a strike fastball. I'm impressed with Wilkes' control. Last year, he was young. I mean, he was 15 last year, and he threw hard, but you don't know. You never knew where the ball was going. He's much better this year with his control.
Yeah, and he's got a good arm. He's thrown it, I'd say, arguably faster than Huggins was.
He does throw hard. 0-1 pitch, misses away, 1-1. He also tackles hard, Max. I told you that. Star Valley Braves linebacker. Hits like a ton of bricks. He's a solid kid. 1-1 pitch coming to Aragon. That's inside. 2-1 now.
Need a strike here.
Looney waits on deck, the catcher. Laramie trying to get this thing tied. They took a 3-0 lead only to watch the Giants even it and then take the 1-run lead. Pitch from Wilkes, swung out and missed. 2-2 now, and Wiley 1 pitch away from getting out of this jam. And then the Giants would be 1 inning away from securing a win. Their 15th of the year if they can. Runners take their lead from first and second. 2-2 pitch, swung out a miss by Aragon. That'll do it.
Wilkes is fired up.
Yeah. Wilkes is gas, baby. Good job. That is classic relief pitching. Come in when there's a fire and put it out. After 5.5, it's 4-3. Giants are coming to bat, bottom 6. You're enjoying Giant Baseball on KZ95, the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Cashmere, silk, down, or denim, Blue Spruce Cleaners is where you take them. We have a friendly, knowledgeable staff, eager and happy to serve you.
Coverage of Jackson Bronx sports continues with Jake Nichols on KZ95.
Max, you mentioned Wiley Wilkes kind of jacked up after getting out of that, and he can use that energy leading off here in this inning.
Yeah, also key to note there's a pitching change. It's going to be Sam Hoyt now instead of Mason Branch.
Okay, yeah, I thought that was coming about an inning ago. Branch pitched pretty well.
See, 80 pitches, 44 strikes, faced 8 batters, 5 hits, 4 earned runs. Definitely a solid showing from him. He just became a little bit shaky in the 4th and the 5th, and I think it was a good decision to pull someone from the bullpen.
I think you're right. I think it was time for a change. Branch looked pretty good. This Giants team is a pretty good offensive team. To hold them to 4 runs is good. And yeah, he just felt like his focus was wavering and maybe a little bit of confidence. So yeah, pitching change, that's not a bad idea. Hoyt's going to work to Wiley Wilkes, bottom of the order, 7, 8, 9. Is Wilkes due up? Who else? Tate Wiley, somebody else. Hammond, I think, bottom 3. Yeah, it's going to be Wiley, Hammond, and Wilkes, I think, due up.
Correct.
Here in the bottom of the 6th. Giants up 4-3. Laramie was able to win the first game of this doubleheader behind the pitching effort of Brandon Chavez, who was really good. Through a complete game shutout against the Giants. 3-0 Laramie in the opener, but Jackson trying to at least pick up one win here. Tate Wiley.
Yeah, Tate's 0 for 1 with a walk, hit by pitch, and a strikeout.
Talked about how patient the left-hander is at the plate, and a leadoff walk would be as good as a hit here as Hoyt misses away. Whenever you have a new pitcher and you're Wiley, you can almost sure Tate's going to be real careful about swinging, and I think Hoyt's going to have to throw a strike before Wiley even takes the bat off his shoulder. 1-0 pitch right down the middle, and Tate is waiting for a strike. There it was.
Just a little high.
Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised. Wiley's not swinging here until Hoyt throws a strike.
I mean, that was right down the middle. Must have just been just off the zone.
Don't know where it was. Something would have sent Branch into hysterics. That pitch is in there for a strike. 2-1. Now Wiley's swinging, and now Hoyt has a little bit of confidence back. Giants trying to add some insurance. Malone is playing left field in short.
Ooh.
You can't. Ooh, that hits Wiley. He looks okay. You don't play much deeper than Malone at short.
And he sprints it off. I love to see that.
Yeah, he does. That made a funny sound, didn't it? I don't know where it hit Tate.
Yeah, just in the middle of his back.
Ow. Yeah, that pitch got away from Hoyt and hit Wiley in the back. Wiley's coming out for a runner here.
Let me check my list.
Who's that? Number 5. I don't know who that is either.
Number 5 is Bridger Olhausen.
Oh, yeah. Bridger Olhausen. All right. He comes in to run as Hammond comes in to bat. We'll see if Hammond squares to bunt. He's done that a couple times today. Yeah. Laramie certainly thinks so, as they are charging in again. They're running that short, the second baseman
and the third baseman are both
and the third baseman, both coming in expecting the bunt from Hammond. Now we'll see if Huggins adjusts. Huggins saw that. Now we'll see if he lets Hammond swing away, knowing that Laramie is maybe charging the plate here. Hoyt checks the runner at first, pitches, and oh boy, that one way inside. That will allow Olhausen down to second. They got him. He came off the bag.
Yeah, he just lifted his foot off the bag for half a second.
Yeah, good job of that field umpire to stay with the call. Olhausen was easy in there, but Malone, as many middle infielders are taught, kept the tag on him the whole time, and Olhausen just stepped off for a moment.
Yeah, heads-up play from Malone to continue to tag him despite him being safe originally.
He's done nothing wrong today. Man, smart play, and Laramie gets a cheap run as Hoyt throws it right by Hammond. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Hoyt's been pretty wild. Threw one behind Hammond, hit Wiley. I don't know if you want to dig in too hard if you're Hammond. That pitch misses outside, 2-1. Tough break for the Giants. They've had a few tough breaks today. Had a runner fall down, rounding a base. They've had some weird things happen today.
A lot of bad bounces for them.
Yeah, that opening game could have been much closer. That ball hit. Slow roller to short. Up with it. No chance for Malone. And he got him.
Gosh.
Just as I say that, what a gun he's got.
A laser on him.
Oh, my goodness. I thought, no way can he make this play. That was a slow roller. Diving for it was the third baseman Moore to try to cut it off. Malone plays such a deep short that he was able to get it after Moore dove and missed it. Yeah. But by this time, you figured Hammond's got to be halfway to Wilson by now.
No, that kid is seriously impressive.
Unbelievable.
Got the arm and the fielding skills.
And if there's scouts here to look at Brandon Chavez, I suggest you stick around and watch Malone at short, too. Get 2 for the price of 1.
And didn't we talk to his mom earlier, and he used to be the catcher? Kind of not in his natural position.
You're wasting him at catcher. He's a shortstop. Swing and a miss by Wilkes on an off-speed pitch from Hoyt. 2 out now. That pitch is in there for a strike, 0-2. Base is empty on a base running miscue by Olhausen and another web gem by Malone at short. Now Wilkes steps out. Wants a moment as Hoyt's trying to work quickly here. Jackson with a 4-3 lead, but you'd feel a lot better with another run or two. That's a good curveball by Hoyt. Swing and a miss by Wilkes. Gets by Loney. His throw to first is in the dirt and could not be picked cleanly by Aragon at first. Too bad, and that's a strikeout, but then the
it looks like
pass
he had
ball.
it, but it just popped out of his glove.
Yeah.
When he tried to pick it up cleanly and just bopped it in the air.
He scooped at it and never came up with it.
So back to the top of the order with Xander Witt.
Yeah, leaves the door open a crack. That was a wicked curveball, by the way. Wilkes missed that by a foot. In fact, the pitch was so nasty that the catcher Looney couldn't come up with it. And the throw to first, not the greatest. So the Giants catch a break. 2 out, runner on. Wilkes would love to be running here. We'll see. He's got a big lead. Xander Witt, the right-hander, steps in. The pitch in there for a strike. Wilkes is running and doesn't bother to slide and bulldozes everybody down there, and he's tagged out. I don't know what that was. That was a mess. That looked like football.
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least.
Wilkes, I don't know why he didn't slide. He ended up running over both the second baseman and the shorty, which I'm not surprised at that. Wilkes is a big kid. So weird. All right, we go to the top of the 7th. Jackson with a 1-run lead. This one's going to get exciting. Don't leave us. Back with the exciting 7th inning on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Experience Jackson Hole like a local while staying at the Antler Inn, Elk Country Inn, Cowboy Village Resort, or 49er Inn and Suites. With the best entertainment, dining, shopping, bars, and brews all in walking distance, you'll never want to leave. Call 1-800-4-TETONS or find them on the web at townsquareinns.com.
Let's get back to the live action on KZ95. Here's Jake Nichols.
Both these games have been a lot of fun. Really good baseball, really close, competitive baseball. Baseball played the way it should be, played right. I love the way Laramie plays with the small ball stuff, the good defense. That's solid fundamentals.
Oh, yeah, their defense has definitely been the standout so far.
Again, I don't know how we dusted these guys twice earlier in the season. But, okay, Wiley Wilkes trying to come on and get the save for Aaron Huggins, who would pick up the win. Huggins would move to 5-1 on the season as he started and looked good. Wiley Wilkes trying to nail down the save here, who came on a relief last inning, put out the fire, and see what he can do here as we'll get the 9-hitter and then top of the order, right?
Yeah, they're pretty solid first inning. 17 pitches, 10 strikes, 4 batters faced.
Yeah, he's looked good on the mound. Wilkes has night and day from last year with his command. He's just been much better. I mean, he throws hard, you know, trust your stuff kind of thing. Just throw strikes.
Hammond's on third. I don't see where Tate Wiley went.
Good point. Bridger Hammond has now moved to third. Pitch on the outside corner for a strike to...
Who's that at second base?
Looney. It's second. Could be...
Witt. Oh, Lucas Grayland's back at first.
Okay, that ball hit off the end of the bat, foul down the right field line, well out of play. Looney, that was a good piece. Now you got to be careful here. If you're Wilkes, you're 0-2. He shakes off the first call from Grayland and goes with that one. That ball hit well. Garner on his horse tracks it down and makes a catch, a sliding grab. That might have been out of your frame if you're watching the video stream. Sorry, we don't have a coverage there at a camera.
That slide might have been a little bit unnecessary, but I do like the style. Get some style points there.
Slide, yeah.
ESPN top 10.
Yeah. I don't mind it if you make the play. Top of the order with Malone. First pitch is outside for a ball. Wilkes and Huggins, I think Huggins especially, and as you see, Wilkes shakes off another call from Grayland. That pitch is in there for a strike, 1-1. Malone has scared pitchers. In the first game he did, they don't seem to want to throw to him a lot. They don't give him anything good. 1-1 pitch. That ball chopped fair down the left field line, just past the diving Bridger Hammond. Fisher's on it quickly, but he's got no way to stop Malone, who's got a double. And boy, Malone is jacked up, and he's my VP for the night if Laramie pulls a sweep here. He's got a 1-out double.
Regardless if they don't pull a sweep, he's still probably my VP as well.
He's been a terror with the glove and the bat. Herrera's in now.
He's been known to bunt it, so interesting to see if he continues on that theme.
Yeah, not now, though. I can't imagine a bunt's going to help you at all. You've got to be swinging away. Wilkes pitches the outside edge for a strike. It's 0-1. No reason really to move Malone to third. It could set up a pass ball situation, but you don't risk giving up an out just to move Malone. You got to swing away here. You got two batters. A chance to get Malone in with two batters as that pitch swung on and fouled off the right side.
Great contact, just a little bit late.
He hit it loud and hard, but he's late on Wilkes. And we'll see if Wiley wants to change it up here. He's got him late on that fastball, and he's got him in an 0-2 hole. Pitch swung on and missed. That was a fastball in the outside corner. Just overmatched Herrera. And here's what every fan would pay to see. Brendan Chavez with a chance to be a hero here. A home run would put him in the lead. A base hit would tie it, likely. And Chavez was already the Game 1 winner as a pitcher. So
yeah, arguably the star player has a moment to change the game here.
I'm paying. This is worth the price of admission here. Wilkes working to Chavez. Game on the line. Wilkes 1 out away from closing it. First pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1, and Wiley's been ahead of the hitters impressively. Runner at second. Malone's got pretty good speed. Anything out of the infield would send him to the plate. You've got to feel they would be wheeling him around third. Pitch to Chavez, low and in for a ball. 1-1. 2 out. Laramie down to their last at-bat, trailing by a run. Wilkes trying to pick up the save in relief of Huggins. 1-1 pitch. Wilkes, take a look at the runner and the pitch. Curveball in the dirt for a ball. And Graylin wants to chat things over. 2-1 now.
I'm gonna go ahead and predict a fly out here to Mason Wright. That's what I'm thinking.
Chavez hit a lot of balls in the air. Wright's tracked one down. Matt Fisher in left has went and got one. As Graylin finishes his talk with Wilkes, and I think it's all fastballs from here. We'll see. 2-1 pitch. Fastball just low, and it's 3-1. Now, the good news is you can put Chavez on. No hurt there.
I wouldn't mind a walk here.
No. I mean, you got hitters behind him, but Chavez is particularly dangerous. You just don't give in to him at any rate. 3-1 pitch. That ball hit well down the right field line. Garner giving chase. Does it stay fair? It does. And that's off the wall, and this game is tied. Chavez was not running out of the box. And wait a minute, now maybe the umpire is calling it foul.
I'm pretty sure that was foul.
Oh, yes.
It hit the LCC banner over there.
I'm glad you can see that, Max. I cannot see that. I knew it hit some part of the wall.
I saw the ball drop to the right of the line. I was like, how could it possibly have bounced there?
All right. They're talking it over as Coach Chavez is out there chatting with the umpire. Home plate umpire, I guess, called it foul the whole way, but nobody in the field was looking at the home plate umpire there.
Yeah, that was certainly foul.
And that would stand to reason why Chavez wasn't running out of the box. He knew it was foul too. He was not running until he was running. And then, boy, we went from a tie game to
full count.
A full count. You're getting your money's worth in this one, fans. Full count, 2 out. Malone at second, who just ran all the way in home. He's got to be huffing and puffing, and Chavez will try it again. Wiley Wilkes looks in. Payoff pitch coming to Brendan Chavez. Wilkes taking a long time looking in. Maybe can't settle on the pitch here. And now finally Chavez says, that's too long for me. I'm going to step out. Gamesmanship going on. And now Eden Graylin as They might be. I thought Graylin was going to talk about what pitch selection. Now they're going to just get it from the pitching coach. And I think they're discussing how careful you want to be with Chavez. He hit that ball so hard. I think the pitching coach discussion here is don't do whatever you just did, Wiley. And if you have to walk him, walk him.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Not worth giving up a run.
Yeah. That was give him your nastiest pitch and make him chase something. Do not throw a strike.
Try like an outside curve.
Yeah, you try something nasty, whatever your nastiest thing is, but you do not throw anything resembling a strike here to Chavez. I wouldn't think. Now with a base open, full count pitch coming. That ball hit into the second baseman, up with it, throw to first, and Witt makes the play, and the game is over. Chavez grounds out to Xander Witt, and the Jackson Giants pull it out. What a ball game. As Witt will pick up the save. Huggins the win, and a heck of a ball game, and we get our favorite song on now. Afternoon Delight. We'll be back to wrap things up from Giants Field. You're enjoying Giants baseball on KZ95 of the Jackson Hole Radio Network.
Almost anything, Big R's got it.
Big R Ranch and Home introduces you to the Yeti Cooler. Each family of premium Yeti coolers is built for the wild. From your next trip offshore to the elk tag you finally drew to the ultimate backyard barbecue. The original and still the best heavy-duty cooler around, the Yeti Tundra is a rugged, all-purpose large cooler that comes in a variety of sizes for wilderness expeditions, hunting, fishing, tailgating, and more. The next time you head into bear country, camp with confidence and bring along the bear's natural enemy, a Yeti cooler. Yeti coolers are strong and tough, but durability is just one of the benefits of a Yeti. Outstanding thermal properties set Yeti apart. Yeti coolers are the best insulated coolers on the market today. Get your Yeti cooler at Big R Ranch and Home at 1220 Meadowlark Lane in Jackson. Open 7 days a week. Yeti coolers, built for the serious outdoor enthusiast.
Big R store. Big R.
Your home for Jackson Hole High School sports is KZ95. Let's get back to the game.
About as entertaining as the game could be. That was a lot of fun. Jackson pulls out the nightcap to salvage the split here against the Laramie Rangers. 4-3 the final line score. 3 runs on 3 hits and an error for the Rangers. Jackson 4 runs on 5 hits and 2 errors. Max, what's your thoughts?
I think after the first game, we definitely had some problems in terms of fielding and just not always making the right decisions, but it was a much more of a clean game. Great pitching performance from both Huggins and Wilkes. Wilkes to seal it out was great. Just overall good team performance. Didn't see a lot of base running, not a ton of hits, but we just played some good solid baseball and got the win.
Yeah, that was good solid baseball. I was like, both those games were classic old school ball games where any little mistake was magnified because the games were so close. Pitchers were all good this afternoon in games 1 and 2, and both teams fielded really well with the edge going to Laramie. Jackson occasionally got to throwing it around a little bit, but pull out the win here in an exciting finish. 4-3 the final. With the win, Jackson improves to 15-11 on the season, and the Laramie Rangers, I'm impressed with them. They're out there running sprints. Well-coached team and a fun team. They can stop by anytime. They were fun to watch. Good baseball. Don't forget to get down to the field if you can. You too, Max. I'm going to be busy, and we will not be on the air for these games, but it's the Chris Hodges Memorial Tournament all this weekend. Tons of baseball going on, including your Jackson Giants and a whole bunch more, but it'll be a lot of fun. We got to walk out here. Thank you so much to our sponsors, Town Square Inns, Blue Spruce Cleaners, Healing Waters, Jackson Hole Lumber, Wilson Backcountry Sports, Big R Ranch and Home, and Young Life of Jackson Hole. For Jackson Hole Radio, I'm Jake Nichols, Max Mitchell as well. Thanks for joining the broadcast.
Glad to be a part of it.
See you next time down the road. Good night to you and yours.
Good night, everyone.